Play Callers Nation, what's good? I know y'all used to seeing us on a Friday night, but doing something a little different. It's the fourth annual Play Caller Sports Talk live draft show. Uh, my usual co-host Cool McCain will be back with us shortly. We're gonna have some other guests join us, but next to me here, you guys see a familiar face if you joined us at all during the NFL season from the Eagles Elite podcast. What's up, Wyatt? Welcome, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, man. Good to be here. It's the draft is finally here. I'm ready to get into it. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of crazy stuff happening especially in these first 10 picks here.
Yes. This is going to be that year, man, where like usually we have a pretty solid idea about who's number one. And I think I think most of us feel like Bryce Young's probably the pick right now, right? But there's some question marks. The only thing we know for sure is Carolina's taking a quarterback.
Yeah. And I mean, on Twitter right now, it's just blowing up about other teams possibly just trading up like in that that third spot. Apparently Arizona's trying to trade back. Who knows what's going on? Titans possibly want to go up. They're saying the Patriots are trying to trade up now. Like anything could happen. I mean, it's just starting here soon.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, man. Who do you think is going first? Do you think Bryce Young is locked in, or do you think that like some of these Anthony Richardson rumors, like do you think there's any like real sauce to those?
I wouldn't think so. It seems like it's all but a lock that Bryce Young's going first. I'm not sure though. I mean, anything could happen. That's the thing. But I mean, it seems like everyone's normally got an idea who's going first. I feel like it's everything after that. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it is Bryce Young. I expect that's the pick at this point.
Yeah. What do you think is happening with Houston, man? There was some rumors earlier in the week that they might go on defense. Now the rumors are kind of shifting back that they probably are going to take a quarterback, and
they need to take a quarterback. If they're smart and they want to try to rebuild and do something, they definitely need a quarterback. I mean, who's the dude in there right now that's been there like 2 years? I keep forgetting his name.
Davis Mills.
Davis Mills, yeah. I mean, he's showed flashes, but like he's not going to be elite. I don't think. Like you're going to have to take a top prospect, especially if you're in the position to do so. You have to.
Yeah. So who would you take? I mean, me personally, I'm not buying this whole S2 test thing. I think it's being made into a bigger deal because somebody wants CJ Stroud to fall to them, right? That's kind of what my thinking is.
I mean, it's possible to go with CJ. I'm not too sure, man. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised as far as the Texans if they make a terrible move or they just take someone that's not a QB at that position. And it's like, well, you're just going to be stuck in this position now going forward, or just keep getting a high draft pick every year and then possibly wasting it.
Yeah. So as you may have saw there on the screen, Jedediah said, as a Panthers fan, he wants them to go Bryce Young.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have anything against the Panthers. I appreciate Christian McCaffrey, right? So I appreciate y'all doing that for us. So I don't have any ill will towards the Panthers right now. As Cool McCain would say about the Titans, they're my second favorite team right now. So I am hoping for their sake that all this Anthony Richardson hype is just that. I hope it is not real because yeah.
What do you think? Like, do you think Will Levis is going to fall, or you think like the Colts are going to scoop him or something? Because it seems like the Colts, that would be a Colts pick if they were going to go QB.
Yeah, I think the Colts could take him. My issue with him, man, is like he was kind of touted as this like strong-armed quarterback and all that kind of stuff. But what I saw with him was he really struggled against some of the tougher teams in the SEC.
Okay.
And I watched a little bit of the combine. I just happened to see the day the quarterbacks were working out. And the time where they really had the opportunity to go out there and shine was when they were out there throwing the deep balls. And they were like hyping this kid. Oh, this is going to be so amazing. Like everybody's going to just watching to see this. And he threw some ugly off target passes. And I'm like, if this is a top 5 quarterback, I'm not seeing it, right? Like the guy's not living up to the hype of the one thing he's supposed to be really good at.
I could see him sliding. for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. The Colts are another team. It's like because they've been trading for like veteran QBs past how many years? I mean, they just got Gardner Minshew from us, so it's like I guess as they would want to get a QB. They don't want to go with Gardner Minshew as a starter throughout the season, but I mean, who knows?
So Michael Anderson says, I'm seeing the Texans are going to trade up for the 3rd pick in D-Hop.
They gonna get D-Hop back?
So I don't know if that's a confirmed thing or if
Texans
that's
or Titans? Because I did see something about the Titans possibly doing so.
he may have meant Titans because the Texans, they would actually be trading back if they went to 3. So that might be Titans.
I did see that rumor though. It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what D-Hop really has left at this point in his career. I think he's still a good receiver. Okay, yeah, he did mean Titans. Okay.
I mean, it's hard to tell, especially like Kyler Murray getting hurt and just the Cardinals being a mess over the past couple of years. It's hard to tell. You have to put him in the position to see.
Yeah, I mean, I just know when we did see him, like he wasn't as productive as he's been, but as you pointed out, I mean, he also had some really bad quarterbacks this year, so that kind of explains a little bit of it. But yeah, could be interesting. They're moving up to 3. I wonder what they would be giving up to do that. If they're moving up to 3 and they're getting D-Hop too, that's
interesting. I mean, they had the chance to keep AJ Brown, but they didn't. They traded him away last year. But I mean, it seemed like the Titans, from what I was hearing going into the draft over this past week, was like they were selling everybody. It seemed like. So I mean, it seemed like they were just trying to go for a full rebuild. Like there was the rumors about them getting rid of Tannehill and then going to get a new QB. They're possibly looking to trade Derrick Henry. Who knows to who? I'm not sure. This whole night has a question mark on it because nobody knows what could happen.
So it doesn't look like anything is necessarily solid on that yet. But it does look looks like it is something that is being discussed and could actually happen here. So definitely something we'll kind of keep an eye on here. So
yeah, I haven't been on Twitter. I might have to keep an eye on Twitter as we're going through out here and see. I was just trying not to get spoiled on some of the draft picks real early, you know?
Yeah, and it is interesting because I mean, let's assume that Bryce Young goes 1. Now, if you're moving up to 3, that means either you really like all 3 quarterbacks that are available and you're willing to take, one of those 3. Because you're having to assume that Houston's going to take one of them, right? I mean, even if Houston doesn't, you have to at least assume that they might take it or they might trade it to somebody else who's going to come up. So you wouldn't give up much to move up to 3 unless you know that you're actually going to like one of the quarterbacks there.
Yeah, I mean, they need to take a quarter. I mean, both the Texans or if the Titans trade up, both need a quarterback at this point. It's just a matter of who they're going to take. I'm not sure. I mean, who is it? CJ Stroud. I mean, I think the Texans, I just don't know how well, I mean, they're mismanaged all, I don't know how well they're going to build around him, how much success he would have there. I think he could be a really good quarterback for them, but will they mess it up? Probably. I think he would be better on the Titans.
Yeah, if the Texans do not take a quarterback or take someone other than CJ Stroud, and I'm the Titans, and this trade goes through and they do move up to 3, that's huge for them, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I would think they would be ecstatic about that. So, any surprises you see coming up tonight?
I would be surprised if we drafted Bijan, to be honest. I don't see it happening just because Howie doesn't draft running backs, especially that high. That would be the biggest surprise to me if we actually drafted Bijan.
So Philly says, what's up? Ready for those Eagles?
Philly.
So maybe Philly would let us know what his thoughts are on y'all potentially drafting Robinson. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to tell you, I hope y'all draft Robinson because quite frankly, I think y'all can put any running back behind that offensive line and have some success.
I
I'd rather
believe
you
so as
waste that
well.
pick on a running back than go stack up that defense.
See,
guys
that's
suck
what I
at
like. I'd be cool with trading up for like Carter or getting what's his name, Smith,
Yeah.
but I'm
You guys take
definitely not on the running back.
running back. Yeah, go running back. Yeah, that's
Nah, I'm not on the running back train at number 10. If
You know what y'all
we
really
traded
need?
back, I'll be all right with that, but not a 10.
No, you know what y'all really need is just like some more offensive line depth. Just take offensive linemen.
Listen, they've been talking about possibly trading up for like an offensive tackle, which is like pretty much like Lane Johnson's replacement if he retire here in the next couple of years. But it's like, nah, I'm not cool with that. I want someone that they're going to be able to plug and play immediately. I don't want someone that's going to be sidelined for a year or two.
The only thing I would say is if you're going to, and you wouldn't do this in the top 10, right? But if you're going to take a first round offensive line, because you do have two picks in the round,
Yeah.
I could see going center, right? Because you don't know how much longer Kelsey's going to play. And if you don't have a guy on the roster right now that you feel good about, it would make sense to go ahead and spend a high draft pick for his replacement.
Well, that's what we did last year. We drafted 𝐀𝐁𝐎𝐔. Like Ǩelsey
Okay, so
actually, like Ǩelsey was like instrumental on drafting him. Like he's the one that pretty much drafted his own replacement. But we were kind of expecting Ǩelsey to retire this year, but now he's continuing staying. So they're saying about him possibly going to that right guard position. I'm not, who knows? And that's the thing is if he moves over, then the person that we do draft would definitely be sitting for a year.
Yeah. Yeah. So, it'd be interesting to kind of see just how that goes. So, I mean, it's for me, when I think about potential surprises, I actually think we've heard a lot about Robinson's going to be the only running back taken in the first. I can't remember the other running back's name right now. It's
From Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
But I could see us getting two running backs out of the first round. And I think that one of these top four quarterbacks is actually going to fall potentially into the second round.
I could see that. Normally, there's someone that always slides.
Yeah.
And I could definitely see it possibly being Will Levis.
Yeah. So it will be interesting because I think when you look at all four of these quarterbacks, there's flaws in all of their games, right? And it's kind of like what do teams value the most? Like, what are they really looking for? I think it's kind of crazy that we're actually talking about, Bryce Young potentially going number one with his size. I mean, that's just something that we wouldn't even have talked about a couple years ago with a quarterback going into the NFL. Like, no one's drafting a 5'10" guy that's like barely 200 pounds.
Yeah, I mean it's just the way that the NFL is going. I mean, it seems like the game changes, every 5-10 years, and it's just kind of going in that direction now with these, smaller mobile quarterbacks.
Yeah. So what do you if you could just pick anybody you wanted for the Eagles, who would you go with? Like, what would be your dream pick right at the second without knowing who's going to be available?
To be honest, I would be totally down with getting Jalen Carter.
Yeah,
like that would be huge for our defensive line there. I mean, we have Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham's getting up there in age. They're probably going to be retiring soon. We just drafted Jordan Davis last year. We need to start filling that line with younger pieces here.
Yeah, I definitely do not want to see you guys with that in your middle. That would not be the ideal thing for me as a non-Eagles fan to see that. So
yeah, the other one I really wanted was what was Nolan Smith? That name? Yeah, the edge. I would definitely be down with it, but that's a little high. I feel like they're saying he'd be like maybe around 20 or something. Who knows? But I'd be cool with him as well.
See, I don't know because I've started hearing some rumors that depending on how things go, that might be a potential pick for the Falcons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I think that makes sense because they definitely need edge help.
Well, I mean, they've been rumored about possibly drafting Bijan as well, and it's like, well, why? You guys got two nice running backs.
Because their head coach was at Tennessee with Derrick Henry and.
Okay.
Which speaking of, so we've heard the rumors for a while now. Derrick Henry talking about, getting traded, Dalvin Cook, some rumors about him potentially getting traded. Austin Eckler asked to be traded. Do you think any of them
Yeah.
move tonight?
I don't know about them, but I could see D-Hop getting moved tonight.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think D-Hop's gonna definitely get moved.
yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of rumors about possibly Baltimore. I mean, they signed Odell. They just locked, like, the news came out about them locking down Lamar again, and they've been linked to D-Hop for a while. So I mean, maybe this could be what makes Lamar happy here, is bringing him two nice weapons. They are older weapons, mind you,
Yeah.
but I mean, they're nice weapons.
Yeah, and they just got a new offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Hopefully the new offensive coordinator there is actually going to allow him to throw the ball a little bit more, not just do this completely run-based offense, which I felt has held him back for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like we do have the Carolina pick in.
Okay. Yeah, you might be a little ahead of me on my stream right now.
It's okay. It'll be another 5 minutes before we actually find out. I've got,
Like,
I've got,
you
I've
had
got
all this time in the world, and they always take, like, most of that, like, first 10 minutes. Like,
that's what the
yeah,
NFL makes them do, man. The NFL's
yeah,
like, man, we gotta hype this up. We gotta,
yeah.
break down all the analysis. So while we wait for them to come up and announce Bryce Young as number one pick here, what do you think about that Lamar deal?
It's good. I mean, it was just like, what was it, 5 to 10 mil more than the Hurts deal. I'm not sure how it's, spaced out, because with Hurts's deal, it was more of like a cap friendly situation, kind of growing through each year. I'd be interested in seeing the details of it, but I'm just glad they finally locked him down. I didn't want to see Lamar get traded or anything like that. I think he's perfect for Baltimore now, and hopefully they continue to build around him going forward. That way he doesn't have to put himself in harm's way.
Yeah, I mean, I said it a while back when everybody else was like, "Oh, there's no way he's coming back. He's done." I'm like, it reminds me of the Debo situation we had at San Francisco, right? Where there was
Yeah.
clearly some feelings that got involved there, and people were upset about negotiations and the way things went or whatever. But at the end of the day, you put the money on the table and things work out. So
Yeah.
like you said, hopefully they'll actually put some pieces around him and make some things happen. Hey, what a
Yeah.
shot! Bryce Young is the number one pick in the draft.
Oh, who'd have guessed?
I would have never seen that coming. So
How you think they're going to be, the Panthers? I mean, they added a couple pieces. I know they stole Miles Sanders from us, which, I'm a huge Miles Sanders fan, so that kind of sucked. But it seems like they're kind of doing something here. It's just going to be interesting to see what they do with Frank Reich, because he hasn't really had too much success as a head coach here.
yeah, I mean, it's hard to judge him, right? Because the situation he walked into in Indy was he just basically kept the coaching staff that was picked actually for Josh McDaniels. He
Mm-hmm.
agreed to just kind of take the coaching staff. So he didn't really get a chance to put his own staff together, put his own stamp on that. And then for some reason, he decided that, he's going to give Carson a chance to, to come in. I don't know what he was thinking on that one.
That
But
was his boy.
yeah, but it's going to be interesting. And obviously, we know now that they're going to go as far as Bryce Young can take them, right?
Yeah.
So, um, Jedediah says, "Let the Bryce air begin." Uh, he says, "Was this the most predictable draft choice since Joe Burrow?" Yes. Am I happy
Yeah.
still? Yes. Hey, it's okay if it's predictable, right? There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that. So
They just need
yeah,
to solidify that like O-line, man, just to keep him healthy. That way they can kind of lean on the running backs too if they have to. But I mean, you just gotta keep him upright.
yeah. I think the big thing for them is how's that offensive line going to play, right?
Hmm.
How are they going to be able to protect him? And are they going to be able to continue to put weapons around him? Because the defense is pretty good, right? Their defense is solid. So it's kind of a matter of can they get all those other pieces in place? I don't think they're going to necessarily compete this year, at least not for the
Yeah.
championship. But let's be honest, um, the Saints, might right now probably be the best team in that division, but they're by no means world beaters. I
Yeah.
think I think Tampa's kind of done right now, honestly. But outside of them, I think everybody is kind of competing for, that division. So
Yeah, they got Baker Mayfield in Tampa now, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
like
Tampa might even be able to compete for that division, honestly. So it's gonna
yeah,
be
you never know.
interesting. So I mean, hey, is Carolina going to compete for a title right now? No, but could they
Mm-mm.
compete for that division? Absolutely.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, Jedediah agrees. Says they're gonna need a year or two to actually shine. But hey, if you go in that division and get some playoff experience in year one, that would be awesome for you guys. Welcome back to the show, Mr. Cool McCain. You're muted, sir. We can't read your lips. You're still muted.
Hello, gentlemen. Hello.
There he
Hello.
is.
And ladies
Hello.
joining us here. I'm actually going to let Miss Jen give us her thoughts because, as we know, let's get her on the show here.
Hi,
She is a Panthers fan.
I
How are
am. How are you tonight, gentlemen?
Doing well.
Doing great.
Welcome to the show.
Good. Thank you for having me again. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So talk to us about this pig. Is it a party out there in Charlotte right now?
I am actually not in Charlotte. We are at the beach because I was supposed to be at the draft and that kind of fell through. So, but that's okay. I know a lot of people are very amped up about getting Bryce Young. And I hope that we coach him well. I know we've been talking to him, looking at him for a couple of years now, along with Levis, as well as CJ Stroud. I personally would have preferred to wait another year, but that's just me. Because the quarterback I think will blow up the league is coming out next year. But that's just my personal opinion. But, hey, hats off to Bryce. I'm glad to have him part of the Keep Pounded Nation, CP for life, and we will see what happens.
All right. Looks like the Texans pick is also in. So Alex, welcome to the show as well.
I appreciate it, boss.
So what do y'all think? Is this gonna be a quarterback? They going defense? Rumors swirling. What are they doing here?
I hope they go defense because I think Davis Mills is a good quarterback. Because you look at it, Texans say they have a quarterback problem, but then you look at the Bears. The Bears say they don't have a quarterback problem. Well, Davis Mills has put up better numbers than Justin Fields with a worse offense. Yes, you can negate that Texans had the better O-line this year, but what team finished worse? The Texans. The Texans' defense was worse than the Bears. The Texans' offense was worse than the Bears. Davis Mills still put up this number. If they go quarterback, I think at this point this franchise is in a needs to have a new ownership type management deal because you can't keep drafting quarterbacks every 2 years at this point and then setting them off and cutting. It's just not. It doesn't work. And I really thought they were going to trade this pick. I thought this pick was going to be traded. I went through the rumor mill a lot. So this seems to be very interesting to see who they go here.
I'm going to have to disagree with Alex.
And they just couldn't get what they wanted.
I'm going to have to disagree with Alex. Houston needs a quarterback. Whether they draft him this year or whether they keep the guy they have who's going to put them in the running next year to get the person that Jen likes, Davis Miller is not going to be their long-term answer. He's had opportunities.
He never will.
And the problem is they're all interceptions. You can't win the NFL if you don't have a high-tier quarterback. Davis Mills is
Whoa.
Well, the answer is CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud.
That's the pick.
I think that's
the
a bad
smart
pick.
Sense.
Yeah, I think that's a smart thing. I understand where Alex is coming from, but this is what I'm going to tell you. DeMeco Ryans knows that he can start building with the defensive pieces that are in place. He knows he can get more out of some of those guys, and they can build that defense up over time. They needed something on offense. And in the NFL, your clock really starts as soon as you have a quarterback in place. And they needed to get that in place because they don't know for sure that they're going to be in position to get a quarterback next year without having to give up a bunch of assets to be back in this position.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with this pick being in here, my question is he going to be the same quarterback? Because the last decent quarterback to come out of Ohio State is is Fields. But other than that, Dwayne Haskins really wasn't that great. You can name a bunch of these quarterbacks out of Ohio State, and they have never been good. That's why I'm looking at this pick. I'm like, you still have Will Levis. You still have Anthony Richardson on here. I really thought they were going to go before Stroud. I don't think Stroud is that great of a quarterback. I watched him in the Big Ten, and the Big Ten isn't that good. Yes, they made it all the way to the championship or lost to Georgia, but is it like what competition do they have? What competition was Stroud playing against? It's not that great. I think he's going to get cooked, and I see him out of the league in 3 years here.
But don't forget though that Stroud also was his kicker basically cost him the game. He did everything that he needed to do to beat Georgia.
But he's also very rushed in the pocket.
And he did it without Marvin Harrison Jr.
May I insert?
Yes.
People want a winner. To me, yeah, I know he's a little older, but Stetson Benson is the one who beat the odds, kept going back in. He's the one who won 2 natties. I don't know. I think he's going to have that silent career. I think because he wants it. He wants it. He has proven himself time and time and time again. That's just my 2 cents. But my husband's like whispering to me that I'm wrong, but I think he's wrong. So it's okay. Division of the house, literally. But I agree with you. I don't trust Saban or Day to really coach NFL caliber quarterbacks. That's just me. But gentlemen, I am going to peace out. I'm sorry. I need to go do some things with my husband. And I will talk to you
Appreciate
later.
you hopping on, Jim.
All right. Thanks for having me on. Alex, nice meeting you.
Hey,
Bye.
nice meeting you. Enjoy your night.
Thank you.
Now, can anyone really answer this question, though? So you come into the draft. He does not have a good draft combine. He has, by far, probably, other than Hendon Hooker, probably has one of the worst I've seen.
The worst person from all the reports at their own pro day is your guy Will Levis. Will Levis plummeted his own stock between his pro day and between his trash interviews because all he did was blame everybody but himself for everything that happened with his team. So that means Will Levis doesn't have leadership. So if you're going to pick a guy that doesn't have leadership at number 2, then you're really going to be out of a job. And then we talk about Anthony Richardson.
I don't think Stroud had it either.
I definitely disagree with that quite a bit because he kept that team together and he was great in the red zone. He was great in areas where good quarterbacks are good, right? We can talk about the caliber of player he played against, but then we talk about Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett had everything around him. So if he can't win with everything around him, then he definitely shouldn't be in the draft to begin with. So you have
that's
to look
why
at
Stetson Bennett is a 6th round, 7th round projection pick, though, is because everyone realized
is all the stuff he's got going on outside of football. He's probably not going to get drafted tonight.
I don't blame you. I think Stetson Bennett's probably a 7th round. Miss Brock Purdy.
Anthony Richardson. If you were to draft Anthony Richardson, you're saying to yourself, "I have another quarterback for 2 years. This kid is not ready to play NFL football. He's not going to be ready next year." I hate to say it, but if you look at
he most definitely doesn't. He most definitely isn't.
C.J. Stroud is the 2nd best quarterback in this draft. Now, that's not saying a lot because I've just made the cases for 3rd and 4th. But I think Houston needed a guy that they can groom. They still have that guy, Davis Mills. He can play the rest of the season if needed, right? He can play this season if C.J. Stroud can't beat him out year 1. So the S2 test garbage came out. But again, for me, when I'm looking at these quarterbacks or players in general, but definitely quarterbacks, I'm looking at the film. I'm not too concerned.
Got to trade
with the other stuff, but we'll get back to the
draft. The Cardinals are trading the 3rd pick to the Texans. The Texans are back up at number 3.
Well, we know what this is going to be.
So Michael Anderson says that
pick 2 and 3.
Hendon is actually the 2nd best. Hendon Hooker is actually the 2nd best quarterback. I don't necessarily agree with that.
Hendon Hooker's 25.
But with him being 25, that comes a lot more experience of playing the game. Yes, it was all college, and yes, he's coming off an ACL tear. He sits behind any quarterback for a year. Yes, we all knew this, right? Like, we all know that he's going to be sitting behind a quarterback for a year. The other thing is, he's got arms. He's got the legs. Hopefully he still has the leg. I mean, if you're looking at this, him and Stroud are I can see can be pretty comparable. I think Hooker may have the better arm a little bit, but Stroud's got the better accuracy. So I think it's going to be a good fight, whoever this is going to be.
Yeah, I watched Hooker, and I think a lot of people got caught up on that Alabama game, but I watched him after that Alabama game, and he just didn't look good. So I've got some questions about him as well. I might put him as the third best because I would actually put him above both Richardson and Levis at this point. But I think all those guys have a lot to go. So this is interesting to see. I don't know if anybody has the details on what this trade involved.
Not yet.
No.
It's going to be interesting to see what Houston does here. Is this the defensive pick, right? Are they going defense now? Or are they actually bringing in C.J. Stroud's receiver?
I could see corner here. I could see corner here. Most definitely, that's where they were, I think, the weakest at. If you look at it, their corners per game had the worst rating in the whole NFL. I mean, it was unbelievable. I think the next closest rating was like 55 yards off, and that's a lot for corners. I mean, if you're going to be 55 yards off from the 31st team, yeah, that's something you definitely have to address here. And I think this is where they go.
Will Anderson also.
Yeah, I definitely
how do you make secondary better? Get to the quarterback.
Pick is in.
Yeah, and then also, if you think about it, if you really look at it and think about it, D'Amico Ryans is going to put his own spin on this defense. So some of those guys that didn't look as good last year should look better with him as the head coach.
That is very true.
You want to get a stud. When I look at the teams who are going to have a different system, like my team, for instance, because of changes on the defensive side of the ball, the coordinators and the positional coaches, you really don't know how it's going to be. You know what you saw last year, but because it's going to be different, you're kind of looking at it like, all right, it's a clean slate for those guys, different voice. Hopefully they'll be used better.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Will Anderson.
I like that. I like that a lot. I think that fits them very, very well. They're getting a very, very well-rounded linebacker here. He can play off the edge. He can play in coverage. I mean, he looked absolutely great at Bama. Yes, they didn't make the playoffs, all sorts of that. But for a high-caliber player, that makes perfect sense. I mean, we looked at him all year. Before this season started, we really thought Will Anderson was going to be the number one pick at the start of the season. He falls to top 3. That's something to be proud of. I don't know if any of us can disagree with this, that he is the best linebacker in the class, and I think potentially the best defensive caliber player here, other than maybe Jalen Carter. But that incident with Jalen Carter maybe dropping him a little bit lower into the second round, possibly.
I just want Jalen Carter to drop to 10, and I'll be happy.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I'll take him. We do have the compensation for that, though.
You're drafting an offensive lineman or a Robinson, so I've already decided that for you. So.
Yeah.
I don't care what you decide.
Trying to tell me we take in Robinson.
You take the dirty 49ers hat and stop trying to tell us who we're taking.
Now, I do have a question for all of you. With Bijan Robinson being in here, where do you guys see him at the best fit, and where do you see him falling? That's the real question here, because he was pretty darn good in Texas.
I mean, I think if we're talking about best fit in terms of like where's he going to go have the most success, it would be in Philadelphia, right behind that offensive line. But I don't think that's the best pick for Philly because they can put just about anybody behind that offensive line and have success. Yeah. I actually think he's going to fall out of the top 10. I got him going between 10 and 15 probably. And the two teams that I've got actually penciled in for him is the Chargers and the Patriots. Those are the two teams I feel like are likely to be looking at him.
Okay.
I know there's a lot of
hype
around Atlanta, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah, possibly the Titans as well, depending on what they do with their guy,
Derrick Henry.
Market. So Derrick Henry might be moving on, and they might want to go ahead and get that next guy.
Yeah, I think if he actually gets traded, or they've decided that the trade is going to go down at some point here, then yeah, they could do that. But as long as he's on the Titans roster, I'm going to just work off the assumption that he's going to be there.
Yeah, and we also did get we also did in an interview with the GM of the Titans, he did kind of confirm that he has no really sight at training Derek. I mean, that is kind of their star player, that guy that is their franchise, basically, you can say. Kind of like how Delaney Walker was for them before Derrick Henry was there. I mean, when Derrick Henry came there.
You mean the same GM that said they had no intentions of trading AJ Brown, and then they traded him like a week later? That GM?
Yeah.
It's a different GM, sir.
Yeah, it's a different one. Yep, okay. It's a new one.
Yeah, their new GM is Rand Carthon. He actually came from San Francisco, so
he's probably lying just like the last one.
We'll see. Apparently, the Texans traded pick 12, 33, and a 2024 first round and a 2024 third round for the pick 3 and 105 from the Cardinals.
Not too bad.
Colts pick is in. This is going to be interesting. I would assume they go quarterback here. No Matt Ryan.
If I'm them, I'll go Richardson.
So now this really gets into who is the third best quarterback, because that's who they're taking here.
If I'm them, I take Richardson.
I'm going to say, honestly, I think Richardson fits their system the best here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to say that out of the guys that are left, although I don't think that Richardson's anywhere close to being ready to play. Physically, he's the one who has the most tools. So if you can get him mentally right, he's got the highest upside of the remaining guys.
Yeah. I could see also Will Levis here with the pairing of Michael Pittman here, just because Levis does have that arm out of the three remaining top 5 quarterbacks. It's just, can you utilize that with his leadership? Like Cool mentioned, he was not great in his interviews. He put a lot of blame on his teammates, a lot of blame on the coach, which I understand. He was sacked a lot. I mean, I went to 2 games and saw him get sacked a total of 12 times between those 2 games. That's a lot. And for a quarterback, of course, you're going to blame your team for that because you don't want to be hit. But at the same time, you also got to take ownership. You got to be smart in the pocket. You got to realize that that's collapsing, and you got to pass. So it's going to be interesting.
You blame your teammates for that in the locker room, not in public.
Exactly.
So by the way,
Zach Wilson, anybody?
I don't want to talk about that Aaron Rodgers trade. I mean, I'm glad he's off my team, and then we got cap room for next year. But God, man.
Yeah, it's so it's gonna be interesting to see here. I wonder if there is a possibility that they go anything other than quarterback here, right? Because I can see a situation where they look at these quarterbacks and go, none of these guys are going to hit our future
corner.
Ooh.
Or you could take the ultimate plunge and go beyond Robinson here.
You could. Wait a minute, hold up. No,
pick is in.
Crazy.
Oh my goodness, that would be wild. That would be like Raiders-esque right there, bro. That would be
took the
QB. Robinson, it'd be crazy.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Anthony Richardson.
Anthony Richardson.
There we go.
Yeah, that was the pick that made sense because he's a project, but you're building and you've got a coach that you believe, your head coach, if you believe the hype of him, Steichen, that he should be able to help develop him.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
If you believe the hype.
I don't know.
I'm feeling somebody doesn't.
Somebody doesn't.
In this draft class, it's definitely better than last year's for quarterback, but I still don't think it's a strong class, other than maybe Bryson Stroud being the strongest quarterbacks.
Alex, us 4 would be a better draft class than the one that they had last year.
You're right. My hands are actually bigger than Pickett somehow, so I guess I think I can read.
I think I can read defenses better than Malik Willis.
Yeah, not
so I've never seen you try to read a defense, and I don't think that I know that.
I can read an offense.
Wait, what did he score on the S2? That's what I want to know.
I think Steichen's banking off of hopefully Richardson has the mentality that Hurts had, and first one, and the cliche first one in, last one out type thing. Constantly working on his game. Do you think Richardson could be that guy? That could
No.
possibly no. Simple as
I
that.
think with the right coach and the right scheme, that if you really want this is like your quarterback of the future that you're going to try to mold into, I think you have to build around him and what his strengths and weaknesses are. You have
Absolutely.
You have a Quentin Nelson. I mean, one of the best offensive linemen in the league. He's going to protect you. He's going to make sure that you don't get hit. So that's going to help him a lot. He's not going to really have to worry about that blind side a lot. But also the other thing is, how are the other guys going to respond now? Because this is going to be an interesting little thing, because you got Pittman, who's tall, but you've got a scrambling quarterback who can throw a little bit. I think it's going to be a weird scheme. I think there might be a little bit more RPO this year than they were in the last couple of years, because you got Taylor, Pittman, and now Richardson, who is probably going to be the starter. So it's going to be.
Yes. To me, the thing with Richardson is, and I'm a Florida State fan. So I watched, my wife's a Gator fan, so I watched a lot of Florida games. And what I can tell you about Richardson is he has a tendency that when things are going well, he is a great player. But the moment anything goes wrong, mentally he falls apart and he can't get back on track.
Yeah.
And that's what scares me about him as a prospect in the NFL. Because you're going to make mistakes. Things are going to go wrong in the NFL for you.
That's why he's got to sit. He's got to sit and learn. If you put him out there year one, you wasted your pick.
Yeah. Now,
this may be the worst place for him, because who else are they going to play?
Well, they have Sam
They
Ellis.
better go find somebody.
Garner Minshew.
They better go. Oh yeah, they got Minshew, don't they?
Yeah, they got Minshew.
They do.
Yeah, but the stash.
I forgot about that.
So they might roll with the stash. They might go Minshew mania on him for a little bit.
They want to win games.
This is what I'm seeing here. Is there now Wyatt and Cool? You guys are both Eagle fans, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I know you guys just saw the comparison to Dominic McNabb there.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's very true. I don't think I like that comparison. How do you guys feel about that?
They got the same body type.
I saw that and I was like, nah, I can't do that. I mean, I don't know too much about Anthony Richardson, but as I saw that, I was like, nah, nobody's Donovan McNabb other than Donovan McNabb.
Well, there's one comparison that's probably going to be true. They're both probably going to throw a lot of balls in the dirt throughout their career.
Yeah.
So that part I could get behind.
So Seattle is on the clock here.
Yeah. See what they do.
They could go offensive line is still a need for them. They've revamped that defense a little bit, but a guy like Jalen Carter would make a lot of sense for them right here.
There's that report that Carroll told Gino they could possibly take a QB.
Yeah,
I've seen safety too, though.
I don't. I mean, who are you gonna take at this point? You gonna take Levis to?
I don't know.
I mean, listen, if they
would throw behind Robinson,
they do need a running back here. They do.
They do.
Yeah,
they got Kenneth. They got Kenneth, but
Walker was a beast for them last year.
But can he stay healthy?
Yeah. Right.
He's got to stay healthy.
I mean, listen, if they want to waste their pick on a running back or a quarterback, I am a happy 49ers fan. Let me tell you.
I'm just saying, as long as behind Robinson is out there, he could be drafted by whatever team except for the Eagles.
Or the 49ers. Because we don't have a first round draft pick.
Right, so you're not in the equation because you don't even have a pick. You are Denver.
Yeah.
And
you don't matter today.
I do. I matter. My team might not matter, but I matter.
If that's what you want to tell yourself, buddy.
Yeah. Now, just in case I don't make it, to my 22nd or the 23rd pick here for the Vikings, I'm kind of hoping they go Jordan Addison here. But I've also heard rumor of a quarterback going. So I've heard they've met with Hendon
That's
Hooker
the
every
perfect
single
place
day
for
for the
Hendon
last
Hooker.
couple of days.
That's the perfect place.
Exactly.
And you know why that's perfect for him? He's hurt this year. You have the 5th year.
Kirk Cousins still here.
Kirk Cousins is still there. He's gonna learn everything not to do by watching 2 Chainz. White Dak Prescott play.
Y'all can have Hendon Hooker come in and play all games that start after 4 p.m.
Ridiculous.
All right, so the Seahawks pick is in, so we're about to find out who it is. Let's see if they're gonna mess it up.
Ooh, buddy.
I hope they do. I hope they mess it up.
I need to stop looking on Twitter is what I need to do.
That's why the only tab I have open right now is
Yeah.
I need to close Twitter.
refuse. You got to close Twitter because Twitter will make you stressed out.
Yeah.
It's like
It's not just Eagles, just seeing the picks and stuff before they come in. It's like I need to stop. Like watch it as it comes up.
people try to start speculating, and sometimes they be wrong, and just
Yeah.
it's not even worth it, man. Just let it go.
Okay.
So yeah, it's gonna be kind of interesting to see, man. So far, I think the only real surprise we had is that the Texans are the ones who moved back up into 3.
Yeah. I don't know if
That
they
wasn't
try
too
and
much
do
of a
everything they
surprise to me,
can.
actually.
Well, to me, it was a surprise that it was the Texans, right? I mean, I wasn't surprised that the Cardinals traded out of 3. I was just surprised that it was Houston that moved back into that spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
mean,
wasn't
it could show you
surprised
how
it was Houston to move back in.
could be a good sign that they're trying to be aggressive and maybe possibly taking it seriously of building a squad going forward here with the new regime.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense what they're doing. It makes a lot of sense.
Oh yeah, it does. I think. Let's see here. Now I can see Detroit trading here. I could. The reason why? DeAndre Hopkins is still on the block here. I don't think they give up a first here, but also so is Buda Baker. Do they make some more upgrades here and grab both of them for the 6th pick? Who knows?
I would see Detroit possibly going corner.
Corner.
I can see that with Jeff Okudah being traded. Yeah.
I wouldn't trade both of those guys for the 6th pick.
Well, you'd add more stuff onto it, like a 3rd and 2nd or something like that.
Definitely, I think corner would be.
So let's see what the Seahawks
I think
selection
the
is.
corner would be a corner would be a good pick here for them.
So they went corner, Devin Witherspoon.
I like that. That's a good pick. That's
Top
a good fit
corner.
for them.
So my thing with this is, I mean, it's a good pick, right? He's obviously a good corner, but I didn't feel like your secondary was your problem. You had 2 really good corners in Seattle last year.
Yeah, Tariq Woolen and
yeah. So to me, like, this isn't the absolute best pick. Maybe you're planning on playing one of those guys in the slot, and in that nickel corner position. Maybe you're moving some pieces around or whatever.
or is Tariq going to drop down to safety?
I mean, maybe. I was gonna say, or you're moving somebody to safety, maybe. But it's like, yeah, I just think there's better picks they could have made here. It's not a bad pick, but I don't think
Get
it's
like an offensive tackle or something.
yeah, but I don't think it was the best fit for them.
Hey, man, it's just a waste. It's kind of a, for the 49ers fans and everyone else, it's kind of a blessing in the sky, it looks like.
This guy looks a little skinny, man. I don't think he's tackling our running back, so I don't think this guy's bringing down Debo by himself. So I think we'll be okay.
That dude looked like Devontae out there. How skinny he is. Look like Smitty.
Yeah, he's a small guy. Yeah,
I want to see this guy trying to get matched up on an island trying to tackle Debo by himself. That would be
Oh my gosh.
I want to see.
Stiff armed into the ground.
Jalen Hurts in the open field. That's what I want to see.
well, that
Give
might
me
happen.
Jordan Love.
I want
Jordan
to see him.
Love.
I want to see him try
See what
to
he
grab one of
does.
those tree trunks. That hurts.
I know. I'm excited to see J Love go. It's could be mixed
Yeah.
feelings, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you
Well-
guys have only got to see very limited reps out of him as far as like game action. So hopefully you do something. I mean, now it's a
think-
new era.
It's a new era. Not only that, but if you look at it here, it was bound to happen for us. I mean, let's look at it this way. 34 years of Favre and Rodgers. That's a lot.
Yeah.
And 2 Super Bowls I will take. I mean, oh yeah, everyone's like, oh, you should have more Super Bowls. You get 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Yeah, there's some some teams that have Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and they get 0 rings. I mean, look at Rivers, 0 rings, but will be a Hall of Famer. I mean, it's like you can't be putting it all on quarterbacks here. Yes, if Love sucks, then fine. It's his first year under center. Give him a chance. Let him grow. Let him get his feet wet for the season. And it's $54 million in cap here. Now, Jets did convert it into a bonus here, but that makes Rodgers have a $108 million cap this year. So
that's a large cap hit.
That is.
So we got Detroit on the clock. So corner would make sense for them.
Jalen Carter.
Could they be a surprise team to take Robinson?
Yes,
they're pretty.
Swift's too injury prone.
But yeah, Swift's injury prone. And then they still have Williams too as well, right?
No, they got rid of Williams inside David Montgomery.
That's why I was saying they could be a surprise team for him.
But they did sign David Montgomery this year.
Who's also
they did.
Yeah, this could be a spot. I mean, I'm just gonna say until he gets drafted, right? I'm just gonna pretend like I'm on ESPN and just Bijan Robinson could be a spot here. He could be the guy. I'm a Mel Kiper Jr. Bijan Robinson.
Well, guys, unfortunately, this is gonna be my time. I gotta run some errands, unfortunately. But I appreciate this, and I cannot wait to get this season started this year. I can't wait to be here for 18 weeks and hopefully more with playoffs.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, let's have a great season here. Hopefully everyone stays healthy here. And honestly, guys, we are 3 months away from NFL football returning of 18 weeks. I mean,
the Cardinals are back on the clock. They've traded.
What did I say?
Traded
what did
up.
I say?
The Cardinals have traded up. So,
oh boy,
it'll be
what
interesting to see
what are they doing here?
If my prediction comes right here and DeAndre or Buda Baker comes to Detroit, that's a YouTube clip.
Straight up.
We got you.
All right, guys.
You heard
Have
it here.
a good one.
All right, man.
Yep. See you later, man.
Wait, why it's over there right now? Like I'm trying to stay off of Twitter. Where I'll keep pulling me back in.
Nah, I just wanted to see the stipulations of the trade, like what it was. Was it just a straight pick swap, or
Did you get an answer?
I did not. No, it was just like, oh, they just traded up. That's it. I didn't know if they had the deets. Nothing.
So they traded back out of 3,
And
and then
traded up.
back up to 6.
What are they up to? What is Jonathan Gannon up to?
I gotta think Jalen Carter.
Wyatt, I just did it too, bro.
What? Oh, you got it on Twitter?
I another window, and I hit it, and I can't say anything now. All I can say is it's a pick that makes sense. That's all I can say.
Do you know what they gave up to move back up?
Yeah. It does not show that yet.
Lions pick 6, pick 81. Cardinals trade pick 12, 34, and 168.
Well, Alice would be disappointed that Buda Baker and Andrew Hopkins were not included.
Amazing enough, I did see the stipulations, but I didn't see what happened next. That cool saw, so I saved myself that.
Yeah, you saved yourself. You got the good one. I got the bad one.
What are them birds up to though? I mean, you got a couple more picks here. You trading up, you trading back, staying at 10.
Hopefully, it depends on who's there at 10. I wouldn't mind trading back and secure some more draft capital.
I kind of expect it.
I did see that we got a couple of picks though.
I did from Arizona, right?
Pick now because of a dispute I saw earlier.
I totally
didn't
even I don't even remember that happening.
Get a higher pick. I don't remember anything about the tampering thing, but
yeah, it was because of Jonathan Gannon, I believe. The hiring of Jonathan Gannon.
See if I can find it again. But trying to say Arizona. Yeah, because we did trade. Like we traded 2 of our lower picks for one of Arizona's higher picks. So I guess they're trying to say Arizona tampered with Jonathan Gannon. That's fine. Work with that.
I hate that, man.
All right, let's find out what Cool knows.
What does he know?
Never a fan of him and several receipts. I can tell you who it is. Just let me know when I can say it.
We see it.
It just came up.
Yeah. That's a smart pick. I mean, they
Paris
definitely
Johnson.
needed it.
Yeah, like I said, it was a good pick. They needed Paris Johnson. They needed him.
Yeah, Kyler is always on the run. Maybe that'll kind of help him out a little bit, keep him upright. Whenever he does come back, he's going to be missing like the first, like how many games?
The problem is he spends more time. We spend more time with Call of Duty than he does his playbook, so that's a big problem too.
Now if I'm Paris Johnson,
Really
I'm not
seems that way.
happy. Now, look, if I'm Paris Johnson, I'm not the happiest person in the world because I'm not gonna have to see Nick Bosa twice a year, and there might be some times where you might be asking me to help out on Aaron Donald twice a year. So I'm not very happy about
Jonathan
that.
Gannon's your head coach.
I mean, you know, there's that also. Right? You're
I'm salty. I'm still salty.
Well, you never
man.
know. Aaron Donald might decide he doesn't want
protecting
to
the
pay for
guy
the
that
contract.
literally fits behind you.
Interesting. The Raiders on the
I mean,
clock now.
All jokes aside, this is a really good pick for the Cardinals. They desperately needed to improve that offensive line. So
Yeah, it was a good pick.
I mean, it's still gonna be
Smart
garbage
to
this
grab
year,
some more
but-
capital.
Yeah,
I can
they're
see
gonna
the
deal.
Raiders
You're not
trading
gonna
out
go
of this pick too.
You're not gonna go from great
Raiders
to
are gonna
just,
trade out.
you know.
The Raiders are gonna take Levis here because the Raiders are always the team that does something stupid inside the top 10. The
Well, with
Raiders
Jimmy
picking the top 10
Garoppolo-
is guaranteed that something stupid is gonna happen.
Well, with Jimmy Garoppolo here, being the NFL version of Street Clothes Davis almost, as much as he's hurt, you may cannot pick a quarterback this year because Jimmy Garoppolo's guaranteed to get hurt and put yourself in a position to get Caleb Williams, who everybody apparently covers like they do Victor Wembanyama in the NBA. So you could trade out his pick or pick who? Who am I gonna say, guys? Deion Robinson. Because you've only got Josh Jacobs on the 1-year deal,
Listen,
right? The franchise.
I don't see it happening.
Listen, this is the Raiders. They're either going quarterback or they're taking the third best wide receiver.
Correction.
You think
the
they would take
fastest
Will
wide
Levis?
receiver. The
I can
fastest
totally
wide
see the
receiver,
Raiders
sir.
doing something like that.
It doesn't matter if he's third, seventh, the fastest wide receiver, sir.
Yeah.
Remember Darius Hayward Bay?
Yeah. Who's
Did I say
what
more?
wide receiver in the fastest 40 this year?
I wish they would have took the fastest one 3 years ago with Quez Watkins.
Shout out to Rod Spencer. What's up?
What's up, Rod?
Rod,
I know
What
this
up,
is a
Rod?
draft show, but I tried to tell you that it's gonna be Lakers in 6, sir. I didn't think there was any chance of us going to Memphis on a 2-day break, going cross country and winning the game. We too old for that, bro.
They're not really old no more, though. You traded like all the grandpas except for LeBron away and got a bunch of young boys.
Well, I mean, LeBron a grandfather, and
Yeah,
Anthony
but
Davis
besides him-
late grandfather. So,
Well, I mean, his lower body is like 75, but
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Rod said Texans made some great picks. They did.
yeah, Texans did something here. I mean,
I would say they're the winners of the draft so far, but we're only on pick 6, so it's not really saying much.
yeah, that's true.
I don't
So
know.
much
what do you
left.
mean, man? No one could be the winners of the draft over the Panthers.
Look, why are we only on pick 6? I need them to speed this up.
Come on now.
The Panthers had the number 1 overall pick.
Well, I mean, man, I know a guy who really hates getting that pick in fantasy football, so
But They traded into that pick, so they wanted that pick.
Does that just prove they're poor decision makers?
I mean, that was already obvious.
So can you win the draft if you're a poor decision maker? Just
you can if you accidentally make the right pick. What do they say? A broke clock is right twice a day.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Panthers and a good pick.
Raiders taking quite a while here.
They really are.
You know what this means to me? Yeah, this means to me to do everything they can to move out.
They're moving out.
They're not doing everything they can to move out. They're debating back and forth. They're like, fast wide receiver quarterback, fast wide receiver quarterback.
This guy, man. This guy.
Fast wide receiver, you're not going to do much without a quarterback.
All right, the pick is in. The pick is in.
Oh, they got a pick?
And I stayed off Twitter.
I mean, I stayed off Twitter too, man. I ain't on there right now.
Who's it?
I was not expecting the Raiders to make this pick, though.
I think some of these teams are probably looking at trying to make trades, man. But you got to have a willing trade partner to trade. So let's see what they're gonna do here. I kind of really appreciate the fact of like watching the draft coverage itself on mute and not having to hear all the nonsense coming out of the analyst here.
Yeah, it's a lot of blasphemy. There's a lot of blasphemy from Mel Kiper. He's a king of blasphemy.
He's been at it for how many years now? Over 30 years. Oh, like 40 years. Just blasphemy.
It's like almost impressive how blasphemous he is.
He's like the skip impressive draft coverage.
He's like the Stephen A. Smith covered basketball of draft coverage.
He's like the Chris Broussard covering anything.
He's like the
he's like
Groundhog's Day that just comes out once a year and talks about the draft.
My favorite thing about is talking about guys like late in the draft. Like if you ever watch like day 3, Mel Kiper's like, yeah, this guy's the 73rd ranked.
Yeah.
He went to this small school where his father also.
A lot of people had him with a first round grade.
I talked to his 3rd grade English teacher, and
who is it?
You did not talk to that man's 3rd grade English teacher. Stop it, Mel.
Stop it.
Just stop your mess.
Wow. 13th in takeaways. Or 13 takeaways in 2022, dead last in the NFL. Sounds like somebody might want to say defense. All right, let's see.
Oh, Roger Goodell. Boo. Since I can't hear it on mute, I have to do the boos myself.
All right, let's see. What's this pick gonna be? Tyree Wilson.
Defensive end, huh?
Makes sense. I mean, second best edge rusher.
Well, not a bad pick for him.
I know one team is probably not happy about that is Atlanta.
No.
Well, Atlanta spent like $1 billion, well, at least $500 million on upgrading their defense this offseason. So, I mean,
and they still
made some moves.
And they still had no pass rush.
Well, they don't have one on paper, sir. But wait until they get out there for the season. Because whoever they pick, Mel Kiper's going to talk about how great he is. He's going to have 7 videos of the wonder and the magnificence of the player.
But what I really want to know is what his 3rd grade English teacher had to say about him.
It's not going to be 3rd grade English teacher this time, so you're expecting that. It's going to be his 5th grade PE coach.
What about a 7th grade civics counselor?
Yeah.
You're getting in the middle school. That's too high for Mel.
11th grade Spanish teacher.
See, y'all going too high for Mel. They might have talked to his JUCO coach. They might have talked to the coach at the JUCO college that he almost went to, but he got his grades up and he was able to go to a higher school. Mel might find him. This hypothetical person that probably doesn't exist. But
or his Pee Wee football coach will talk about how even at a young age he saw something special in him.
Because he actually ran the right way the whole game with no one telling him.
So this was Atlanta on the clock.
Yep, Atlanta, Chicago, Philly.
I could see Atlanta still going edge. I could also see them going corner here. They could take the second best corner.
They definitely need a corner.
Whoever they see
is it Gonzalez?
Yeah,
and then always
wherever they get on
Beyond Robinson.
Yeah, I mean they've been linked to Beyond too.
They
even though they got running backs.
Look, they could go Robinson, but I will actually say
Carter.
I would not be surprised if they go wide receiver here.
But all jokes aside,
get some more weapons for
them. They do? What if the Bears who are on the clock next do go behind Robinson? That actually would be a good fit for Beyond Robinson. I mean, they need a line, but you went and got some people in the offseason. So then you put him with Justin Fields. That's RPO City, baby.
Didn't the Bears pick up a running back?
They did. They picked up one of the running backs for the Panthers. But I mean, Deontay Freeman.
Chuba Hubbard? Or the other dude?
Freeman, Deontay Freeman. I mean, he's a decent dude, but if you can get Beyond Robinson.
Yeah, you got to. Pick us in. They knew exactly who they were scooping. So
yeah, they was like we was ready. That card was in their hand. They was like,
it's in. Don't worry. We're not.
They
going
was like
anywhere.
Minnesota Vikings a couple of years ago when we were idiots.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as they saw we didn't pick Justin Jefferson, they already had the card written.
Yeah, they was already calling him.
Here you go.
They're like, what?
I knew it was coming too. I saw it.
I wonder what name they had written down.
They were right. I don't think they had a name yet. I think they were just hoping, like, maybe they're dumb enough. We were.
I mean, man, we've all got that pick, but I think that might be the worst of all the picks I can think of. Even when I think back to some like our absolute worst,
definitely the worst I can think of.
Yeah, that's still worse.
Definitely is for me.
Even when you want to go back to that we passed.
Oh, you spoiled yourself.
You spoiled yourself, man.
Hey, get off the Twitters.
Stay off the Twitters, man.
Stay off the Twitter, man.
Say
like telling me.
Look, say it like the old people. Hey, stay off that Twitter.
that Twitter.
That tweeter. Stay off the Twitter, man.
Don't you be out there tweeting. You stop that tweeting.
You get off that twit.
I mean, if you know it, I mean, you can. I'm not going to tell you to spoil. Well, wait, never mind.
Yeah.
I could kind of guess based off your reaction. I feel like
you can, sir. You can. Let's just say Mel Kiper right now is sweating out of excitement and giddiness. And he can't wait to talk about this pick. I'm going to leave it there.
Can't wait, man.
Mel Kiper can't wait. His package was set up before the draft for this guy.
He's sitting there shaking.
Yeah, he's like, hurry up, I can't hold it.
Come back from commercial break.
Oh, man.
And I'm also going to say, you can clip this for me for this pick.
Okay. You must just going to tell us what it is, man.
You should know who it is right now. I'll give you two great hits, and you guys are both intelligent.
It's not about whether we can figure it out, man. So you might as well just say it.
Beyond Robinson.
To Atlanta?
Yes, sir. And what's funny is if you do a Mel Kiper and you just keep talking about one player, eventually they're going to get picked. Then you got a clip.
I will say this. I think this is a terrible
Jalen Hurts?
I think this is a terrible pick for the Falcons, right?
I saw Jalen Hurts on the screen. I was like, oh, Jalen.
Because here's the thing. Yes, he's a very, very good player. And, your coach likes to run the ball and you want to be able to run the football in Atlanta, right? Like that's the identity of your team.
Mhm.
But you got your Georgia boy sitting right there, and you need a guy like him.
Well, the more he falls,
So Chris
the
Powell
more-
says, "Hell no."
the more he falls, the more he could be right there at 10. Because he only interviewed with people in the top 10. So he knows he's being taken as the top 10. He received at least one guarantee that he would be picked in the top 10. And I bet that guarantee was at number 10.
Okay.
It could have been at 9, but I guarantee it won't happen at 10.
If he goes at 10, I hope his legal problems come back to get him.
Oh,
Damn.
man.
Wow, man. Damn.
Hey, but you know what?
Hate.
It feels great when somebody just hates on your team, right? That's how you know you're doing something right. Because you don't hate on teams that don't matter. So it feels great to be hated on.
Hate.
Hate. We're gonna start calling him Silky Box.
Hey, I'll take
Silky
it.
Boxing. Silky.
I'll take it. I hate all day.
And twice at night.
Hate you.
Twice a
hate
night.
your guts.
Three times on Saturday.
I wish nothing but all the bad things in the world happened to you and
What
only
happened to
you.
Only you.
I hope all the salary cap problems in the world happen to you and only you and nobody but you.
Hey, Couch Coach, what is up? Why you ain't on here with us, Couch Coach? What's good?
Yeah, man, what's up with that, bro? Come on. You supposed to be backstage.
You know what I'm saying?
Behind Robinson.
Beyond.
To the
Yeah.
Falcons, who
Yeah.
didn't need him, but
By
they
the way,
took him
yeah,
anyway.
By the way, did y'all hear that collective sound of every Dallas Cowboy fan that was fantasizing about getting this guy jumping off a cliff?
That's the other reason why I laugh, because I'm like, I had Dallas. Now, what is Jerry gonna do with himself now?
Who
I don't even want
cares?
to think about that.
Take Will Levis. I don't.
Take one. That's a Jerry move right there.
Now that's
Why not?
If that were to happen, if that happens,
Trade alert.
I want to go ahead. If that happens, I want to go ahead number one, and
Bears
I want
traded
to
the
do a
pick.
cheap plug.
To the Eagles. Eagles move up to 9.
That's stupid.
That means y'all was scared somebody's about to get the person you're going to take.
Yeah, they thought the Bears were going to take someone they were going to
I
get.
don't like moving up one pick and giving up draft capital to move up one pick. You should have more than one guy.
Pick
We
is
talked
in,
about
too.
We talked about this the other day, Wyatt. What did I say the other day, Wyatt? I said you put 10 guys on your board, you're at number 10. The best one that's there, you take them. You don't give up draft capital to move up one spot. Unless we
Apparently, the difference between your 9th player and your 10th player is big enough that y'all feel like it was worth it.
Yeah. I mean, they had the card already written. That pick came in as soon as they went on the clock.
I'm about to go see who it is. I don't care.
My guess is it's probably Carter.
I think it's Carter too.
It's probably Jalen Carter.
I don't like the fact that we had to jump up. I felt like he could have did it.
I think the Bears are probably going to take
I guess
him.
it's better to be safer than sorry.
Yeah.
And we
it's-
probably didn't
it's
have to give up
something.
a lot to move up one spot.
I wouldn't
Some
assume
dudes,
so.
Whose dad played for the Eagles back in the day?
Jalen Carter's dad, Jalen Carter's uncle played for the Eagles.
Oh, for real? I didn't know that.
Well, so the Bears
He didn't.
actually just moved
I
back.
just made that up.
So the Bears moved back to 10 and picked up a 2024 4th rounder.
I believed you too. I was all in. I was like, oh, what? For real?
I was messing with my co-host.
I didn't hear what you said.
I do that. All right.
I didn't hear what you said. I was listening. I was too busy trying to. I gave up.
That's okay. That's okay. I knew.
So Michael Anderson says Swansky.
That's not the pick, sir.
They celebrating in the Eagles war room. Howie and Nick
They are.
Sirianni look pretty happy.
They should be happy. I'm happy.
Oh, did you see who it is?
Howie. Yes, I did. Howie.
It's Carter.
You can get 2 ketchup packets. You can get 2 ketchup packets as well. One for your burger and one for your hot dog at the cookout.
Oh, I'm bad. The cookout update. Is it Carter? I gotta know. It's our pick. It is nice.
It is. Yeah.
Nice. That's
and
what I like.
Howie, you can also put some relish on your hot dog and a little mustard if you want. And chopped onion. You're getting condiments now, bro. You're getting condiments.
I want to see the compensation now.
It was just you just give up a 2024.
Yeah, we just gave up.
Oh, for real?
2024 for.
Yeah, you just swapped 9 and 10 to give
Hell.
a 4th next year.
I'll take it. Easy Pete. That was an easy decision for Howie.
That was worth it. Yeah, that was worth it.
Yeah, because I mean, the thing is, like, some people are gonna say, "Oh, you know, it's just one spot, you don't need it." But I mean, if you don't want to risk that somebody else is gonna take that pick,
I mean, it seemed like they were in love with him. I mean, the way that he was talking about, I mean, with Jeff
I think the
McClain
Bears
saying
wanted
that if
Robinson too.
he was there, they're going to take him. You think?
I think the Bears wanted Robinson. Once he was gone, it's like, we'll just grab another pick and get him. All right, Carter. I
Yeah.
like that pick.
Yeah, that's
I wanted to go wide receiver, but Jalen Carter falling to 9 and us grabbing him at 9, I can live with that.
Yeah, that's a great pick. Exactly what we were
And
talking
he's
about.
another
filling
Georgia
that
guy.
D-line.
And he's another Georgia boy.
so their pro comparison for Robinson.
We're just gonna start drafting people from Georgia every year.
LT. Damn.
Whew, boy. If he's that boy, get that checkbook ready now.
Start saving your money.
Gonna start working on that, yeah. Go ahead and start saving about $10 million a year now. Actually, I will save 20 because you still got to pay Jalen Hurts again in about 4 years too.
No. I said Robinson, sir. Not Lawrence Taylor, the other LC Tomlinson. That's their program.
Oh, you said Robinson. Oh, yeah. Sir, I'm on pick 9 all the way. I don't even know what happened. I don't even know nobody else no more.
Robinson, who?
Some of us aren't distracted, sir. Some of us aren't distracted.
Well, some of us don't have a pick. You know what I mean?
Hey, I didn't say why I wasn't distracted. So I wasn't. Bro, this is the sad thing. This will show you how bad the TV is. We've known for like 5 minutes now what the pick is, and they just now
they're just announcing it.
They didn't.
Like, we already moved past it. Like we're ready for pick 10 or 11 already. Like in mentally.
Dude, they already announced it on the Eagle site and everything like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Like for real.
I think they got the jerseys up for sale already. Which, by the way, you can get it up playcolorsportstalk.com/fanatics.
Oh,
let's get it. Let's get it.
Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean.
Cheap plug, Mick Foley style.
And they'll be really popular in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Right here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Cheap pop heaven.
Oh my gosh, it's Jalen Carter.
Who would have ever thought?
I'm flabbergasted.
Bears pick is in. They know who they were taking. That was quick.
Oh yeah, the Bears like if we don't get him, this is what we get.
Bears made a pick 7 minutes ago.
I'm surprised that's not online already. Or pick 11.
But at this point, by the time we actually get the 30s, well, maybe the 31st pick, because there is no 32 pick this year, at least not the first round. By the time we get that 31st pick in the first round in, the 49ers are going to have a selection in for their first pick in the 3rd round. That's how far behind they are.
I'm gonna look at my sources. See my source for 10.
See, now you went in. Now you can't get out. You trapped on Twitter now. You need to know.
Yeah, I'm stuck now.
You stuck.
now.
Steven knows what I'm talking about when I say my sources.
Yeah. Look, don't be like your boy Toddy though.
You think we moving up from 30? Are we trading back or staying? Cool.
Oh, I already know who. I think we're staying at 30.
Okay.
That would be a good position to see what's out at either offensive line, safety, wide receiver, cornerback. You know what I'm saying? Another defensive. I mean, we could use another defensive lineman too. A lot of things out there. Yeah, I do know who the Bears are picking, and all I will say is the new GM of the Bears is massively more intelligent.
And that's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, I found a good little sweet spot where I can find.
You know.
So what?
I said, why say anything at all then?
Do I say anything at all? Why not? What would be the purpose of just not?
I
I mean, you
doesn't
got
care about nothing.
You got to at least drop a little bit for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Some breadcrumbs, something.
So they got a picture up for ESPN. It says 3 black quarterbacks in the top 5 picks of the NFL draft, and all I can think in response is there's only one white quarterback who might be taking it. He's absolute trash.
Well, I saw a post.
Even America's not racist enough to make Will Levis the top pick.
Yeah, I saw a post that the black community won today. All I could think was off a few quarterbacks getting picked. That's how we win. It's really sad.
Why not, man?
Really sad. Really sad. One of these days we're gonna get Couch Coach up here. It looks like. Don't know when.
I mean, he said he was on his way like 10 minutes ago.
This dude's a beast, man.
He got sidetracked. That's all.
It's all good, man. It's all good. He'll be here when he get here.
No, my inbox is flooding.
Listen, my hope is that today or tomorrow that we hear that we are trading one of those 3rd round picks to the Washington Commanders for Chase Young. That's what I want to see happen.
Interesting. I could see them moving on from him. I saw they didn't pick up his 5th year.
Oh, the Chicago pick is in.
Can I tell you who it is now?
Sure. You could have told me 10 minutes ago.
It is Darnell Wright, offensive tackle from Tennessee Volunteers.
Okay.
That's the pick.
Trying to help out Justin Fields a little bit.
I mean,
that's a good.
Justin Fields definitely probably appreciates that pick a lot.
Yeah, it was a good pick. Jason Kelsey's in the crowd raising hell.
Is he bald headed with a diaper on?
Nah, he has a hat on.
I just happened to see that up on Bleacher Report earlier. I was like,
yeah,
why would y'all going around? What makes you think I want to see this? But because I had to see it now, all of you have to know about it. Even if you don't physically see it, you will have to at least mentally see it.
Darnell Wright, eh?
It's a big boy right there, man.
That was a big boy.
Big his
Say he
picture.
is. And dude, it say his pros say he absorbs power.
Bruh. His picture on Twitter.
Like he an anime
is
cartoon.
just big. His picture on Twitter, y'all, is just
Absorbs
big.
power.
That dude absorbs all types of energy.
Just
He's
manhandling
vicious.
dudes out there.
Oh man. Yeah, that's a big boy though.
Jeez, that's a beast.
He's a massive mountain man. He's a massive mountain of man.
He looked like he got some good athleticism
is.
for a big guy too.
Yeah, he was pushing that dude way back. But you're right about absorbing it, like the
Top
shots, because he's just
and
stopping
you're
dudes
that-
in their tracks.
You've got to have athleticism. You know what I'm saying? Can y'all hear me?
Pretty much.
I hear you. You were cutting out, but I hear you.
Okay, gotcha. Massive man. Massive.
Massive. Typewriter feet.
Massive man.
That's what they put up on. I never heard that term before. Typewriter feet.
That's a new one.
Couch
I'm
Coach,
assuming
what's
it's
up, man?
good.
What's up?
you,
What's up,
Coach.
guys? Merry Christmas.
Couch Coach, I want to welcome you to the We Hate the Eagles group. I was rolling solo, but I know you got my back.
Yes, I'm a car carrier, but for him to get Jalen Carter at 10, it pisses me off. Like
Correction. We
once
traded up to
striking
9
goal,
to get
Georgia
him.
boys.
Correction. We traded up to 9 to get him.
But
We
still, to even
traded
get-
up to get him.
Get him at 9. Right. He just gave up a fourth round pick next year, which they made the team next year.
Mhm.
Like
I,
the rich get
Listen.
rich, I swear.
listen, Cole has told me for years that Howie Roseman has naked pictures of people high up in the Eagles organization. That's how he kept his job. I think he started collecting pictures of people in the other parts of the league because it makes absolutely no sense of things that people are willing to get the Eagles.
How he got dirt on everybody, it seems. It's how he's fleecing all these dudes in these trades, moving up. I don't know how he does it, but he's got his methods.
He's using Daniel Snyder's private investment.
It's working out much better for him than it did for Daniel Snyder.
Yeah.
He might also be using some resources from the University of Miami that we won't talk about on this family friendly show.
And that's my problem. Not my problem.
So, Couch Coach, how you feel about the team on the verge of being sold, sir?
Oh, peaced out.
Uh-oh.
He ghosted us.
No, that's I've
Made
had
his
to happen
made his
before.
appearance and dipped.
Just
No, I've had
just
that happen
like it.
before. That right there was something that was a problem with the internet. I've had it happen before.
Yeah.
just like Daniel Snyder, Couch Coach is out.
I said Daniel Snyder, Couch Coach, like I'm gone.
Yep, nope. Not going there.
Daniel Snyder must happen, but we back. I'm excited. I'm really excited about the situation at hand with us having new ownership. I'm kind of a little leery because I'm like I'm holding until it's sold. I'm still like, I know we about 99% done, but I still think it's a 0.1 chance this get screwed over. So
I feel you.
with
holding out hope.
bated breath, man, just holding out hope until it's done.
So do the Titans take a quarterback here?
If they take Will Levis at number 11, bro, I'm gonna tell you. I know it's my second favorite team for the next 2 years, but I am going to be crying, laughing at them for doing that.
Yeah.
Do you think they would take Hooker?
I wouldn't take Hooker this high due to.
I mean, I wouldn't. But I'm asking if you think they would.
Well, they supposedly have a new GM. Everybody's telling me, But I'm like, yo, he's probably still got the same mentality as the old one, but they're still hired by the same people. So for me, I just say, I don't think he would. I don't think they would. I don't think they would.
So what do you guys think they're going to go here? Are they going to go with Skoronski, get some offensive line help?
You've got to get weapons. You need a wide receiver here. Tennessee is bereft of talent at the wide receiver position.
Yeah, that is true.
Get JSN.
Yep.
I like JSN from Ohio State. I'm hoping.
Or they can get my guy from.
That's what it should be logical. I'm surprised a wide receiver hasn't come to the ball yet.
Or the other guy. What's his guy's name? I was just looking at him earlier. Gosh, what's his name? Brain just stopped working. Hold on, let me find him. Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers might be a good.
Oh yeah, BC.
Zay Flowers is actually good.
They're both good. That to me, they're 1 and 2. Whoever you will put one, whoever you put 2. I liked JSN more, and that's a great way to say that, Couch, because I've been trying to say that name and Jackson Smith, I'm JSN. Good. But when you get to the Njigba or whatever, that's when things get a little hairy. But yeah, either one of those guys, I think I like JSN a little bit better because of the height, and I think that would be great to fit in the speed and height alongside Devontae Smith and AJ Brown if we would have drafted them. But a lot of mock drafts have him going to Tennessee, if not earlier.
Yeah, we'll see. I can see the depth of a receiver here. I think either one makes a lot of sense.
They need a receiver though. Like they need a receiver.
But they went tackle. They went Skoronski.
Yeah,
I mean you can't go wrong with tackle. But
yeah,
you need wide receivers, bro.
I mean they do need wide receivers, but listen, let's also be legitimate. We don't know for a 100% fact that Ryan Tannehill is even going to be there. And if Malik Willis is going to be your quarterback, it doesn't really matter if you have wide receivers or not.
Well, they lost faith in him, so he's probably not going to be their quarterback. They'll probably go out and, Tennessee, I mean, they suck, so they might be like, you know what, they might try to move back up. If Will Levis falls to maybe 20th or something, they might try to move back up and get him.
They might as well take Stetson Bennett in the 6th.
I'm not going to disagree. Tyler? T.I., what it do?
T.I. Sad day Packer land.
I think Packer fans are happy, sir.
Yeah, I think they are too. They think about that $52 million in cap space.
They happy to be rid of that.
That's true. Yeah.
They're like, here's your problem now.
Don't holler at me.
Pretty much.
That's how they thinking about him. Couch Coach, what y'all gonna do? What y'all 15, right?
16.
16. What y'all gonna do at 16?
I don't know. I mean, I'm knocking on wood. We were at 12, right? I don't know. Christian Gonzalez, if he's there, because we need a cornerback desperately. Because we got your two-headed monster, and in Philly. So then we got CD Lamb and and them boys in Dallas and stuff. So we definitely need to get a corner. So you're hoping. I doubt. I think probably Christian Gonzalez probably gonna go here with Detroit. I think that's kind of why they went down the way they have done. Because I think they still need a corner, even though I know you guys talked about the earlier way they kind of have
they
gotten better, even though Okudah left to Atlanta, but.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, I could see Detroit here, still going corner. Joey Porter Jr. still on the board. Nola Smith, if they want to get an edge rusher.
Jalen freaking Carter. y'all.
Wow. Jahmyr Gibbs.
Hey.
Wow, right. I was like,
Hey,
right.
Wow.
I'm like, huh?
hold up. Why? What did I tell you at the beginning of the show? What were some of
Wow.
my surprises? That we would have at least two running backs go in the first round.
You did call it, man. You did. Wow.
Now, this is not where I thought he would go, but I
Yeah.
did think we'd have two running backs go in the first round.
Wow. Me neither.
I'm-
I thought he was a Sunday.
mad
What's
before-
your pick?
If this is the
I thought it was gonna be a Friday pick.
well,
So-
the thing is, you traded back, right? So you got other assets. You know what I'm saying? On it. So instead of drafting early, you gain more. You got the guy you want. I like Gibbs to Rob.
Yeah.
For me, because Gibbs over running back. Robinson is like a big version of like Brian Westbrook, right? He catch, pass, and do everything. Jahmyr Gibbs is a runner, right? He is, you get him the ball, turn around, hand it off to him. He going up the middle to the side, yards. He's not worried about catching. He can catch, but his thing is running, power running back in that long line of Alabama running backs. You know, I don't even call him by name anymore. I just say the back from Alabama because we know when they come out, they're going to be good in the NFL.
Not all
So,
of them.
you know, basic, just regular running back. Well, not all of them, of course, but
Trent.
9 out of 10. I mean, come on. Not every tight end from Miami is good, but 9 out of 10 are. I mean, come on.
Trent.
All right, so we got the Packers.
Well, the
So,
Packers
T.I.,
take a
let us know,
wide
man.
receiver.
Yeah, let
Finally.
us know, man. What are they doing here? What's going to be the Packers pick? Let us know in the chat.
They should definitely take a wide receiver.
Have right after trading Aaron Rodgers. They don't take a wide receiver all these years.
That would
As soon
be
as they
so
trade Aaron
politically
Rodgers,
Irony.
they
funny.
take a wide receiver.
Yep.
That would be so
Irony.
funny. Aaron Rodgers would have a meltdown.
He's like, these MFs, come on, man.
I don't even know that they even think they can do that, sir. I think
So you guys could draft a wide receiver?
you could do
Well, you
that.
know, the problem is Brian Gutekunst was scared to draft one while Aaron
That's
Rodgers
possible.
was there.
I don't know why you would be, though. I feel like Aaron Rodgers
Wow.
can make anybody look
That's a
not
good-
even
that's
look
a
good, but
point,
be
Tyler.
better.
Tight end. That's a good point. And this draft is deep with tight end, so you had your pick.
They have not selected a wide receiver in the first round since Javon Walker in
Yeah.
2002.
You can't
Okay,
blame him after
okay.
drafting
Pick is
Javon
in,
Walker.
so we'll see.
You can't blame him after that.
Wow.
The pick is in.
Oh, that was quick. Wow.
No games being played. Less than 0. I ain't mad at him either. I'm not gonna say anything about this one. I ain't gonna have it.
You still peeping Twitter, huh?
Man, this thing is like
But by the way, I just checked. It's
Kit Kat,
Njigba.
cheesecake.
That's how you pronounce the name. Njigba.
Najigba.
Whoa.
Yeah, Jackson Smith Njigba.
A big
That's
F
how
you to Aaron Rodgers. Wow.
Are they taking a wide receiver?
Think so.
You guys are talking like you do. So
I was going off you, Bucks. Because you
I was just
I'm looking
was on Twitter.
I was just trying to figure out how to pronounce the dude names so that every time we say we
Oh.
actually say it. Some of us are trying to be
JSN.
professional, coach. Okay, I mean, a real
I know,
professional
but
would have checked out before the start.
I got something Twain, so I
Yeah.
Look.
know.
Yeah.
I got a
Okay.
Southern Twain.
Yeah.
I screw everybody name up.
Bro. I the best people name up on the show over
Right.
the years.
That's
Trust
nothing
me.
new.
So many people. There's still people whose name I don't even bother with. I just give them a nickname, moved on.
Right.
JSN.
Playoff, the XFL playoffs. Didn't that
I
just
would
start?
cop coach. Hit him with a
They already
JSN. Let's run it.
Yep.
Run it.
Playoffs. Yeah, they're playoffs.
Just trying to win a game.
Bro, they only got like 8 teams. Only so many times you can play each other.
How many games? I was gonna say, how many games did they play? Like, I feel like it just started.
Yeah, they only got 8 teams. We're gonna have more teams
like
in
10
the
games.
NCAA playoff
Yeah,
next year.
that's true.
I know, right?
Yeah.
College football
They play
playoff
every
gonna have
team.
more teams next
They-
year than
look.
the XFL got.
They play the 4 teams in their division twice, and then from the other side. But it's only, like you said, there's only about 8 teams, so it's 6 and then 7, 8, 9. You know, that's pretty much it.
Jeez.
All right, let's see.
But you got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, Lucas. Okay.
I
Wow.
Van Ness.
like this pick.
Lucas Van Ness.
T.I. is not gonna like this pick.
All right, yeah, let us know what you think about
Probably.
it.
He may.
Not at all.
I think it's a little bit high.
Not at all.
I have questions about him. Yeah,
I
have
thought he was
questions
gonna be
about him.
lower.
I think this is a
Like
bad
Yeah.
position. If this is your guy, if this is your guy, you could have traded back and got him. This is a Jalen Rieger pick to me. Maybe not that bad, but you get what I'm saying.
I wouldn't say it's that bad.
Who's gonna be drafted next
But-
to him? But who's gonna be next after his pick? Could be right.
Yeah. It all depends on who's
Just
next.
like you
right?
said, because what Justin Jefferson was after him, right? Well,
Yeah.
After
Mhm.
Rager was, and then the next pick was Justin Jefferson, right? Yeah.
The very next
We talked about that
His-
earlier. How
they
they,
made it in
had
like-
that card already written.
they
They
made
just said,
like-
"Here you go.
0.0007 seconds. That card was already there.
Don't even put us on the clock. We ready to go."
Yeah.
And we knew what it was. We knew exactly who they were
I
taking.
missed all that in the first half of the second round.
This is
I
what
was
T.I.'s
here.
thoughts are. He says we should have traded back. I swear Green Bay needs to get over this Iowa Hawkeyes fascination.
Yeah, I didn't think Tyler would like that because I wouldn't like that if I was a Green Bay fan. That was too high for him.
Yeah.
You know, because he's kind of went down draft boards his last few weeks. So he's a guy you could have gotten. If that's your guy you really wanted, I think you trade back, give more assets to maybe trade up in later rounds, do something else with. If this is the guy you were going to pick, it's not necessarily a bad overall pick because maybe you get him, you develop, and he ends up
Over the
being better.
Steelers.
Oh.
I'm bad.
You all right, Coach?
Steelers.
You all right there, my guy?
Yeah,
You just seen something.
He saw something. He's on the Twitter
Oh,
too.
Yeah, he on Twitter too.
Y'all better see on that
Yeah,
Twitter.
trade
He
alert.
is.
Steelers
Yeah,
trading with the
Yeah,
Patriots.
get off them tweets.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't say off.
Where were
He's
the-
supposed to be the professional one.
Where were the Steelers at? Did they trade it
I
up?
know.
So T.I. says, I get it, it's a need, but if you go defense, you go safety. But I really wanted a tight end wide receiver. I don't blame you.
I think they were like either 17 or 18.
Yeah, 17, 14 to 7. It was 14 and 17.
So could this be
It was 17th or 18th. Because it was like
Could-
right
could-
after us.
so Couch Coach, who do you think who is this? Who they coming up for?
But Pittsburgh
Uh-oh.
team. It's funny with them. What is their core needs?
Oh.
So Wyatt, your thoughts?
I don't really know. I mean, I just assume since the Steelers, like they're going to take a defensive player. So I don't know, maybe like Nolan Smith or something. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure on who they
just-
have their eyes on or who they lost. I really don't know too much about the Steelers.
I think that could be smart because I mean, right now you're pretty much depending on TJ Watt as your primary pass rusher. So it would be
Yeah.
smart to get him some help up there. Um, I could also see them maybe trying to get some weapons here for Pickett.
Ooh, no, that's possible. Possible.
I mean, they did go get Allen Robinson, but that's not somebody you want to count on at this point, right?
Yeah. You think they take a corner? Like maybe they take Gonzalez or something?
Possibly. I don't really remember what their corners looked like last year, of how much of a need that is for them.
Yeah. I thought I remember seeing they lost like a corner or someone.
I do know that last year when TJ Watt was out, they really struggled to put pressure on the quarterback.
Yeah, they did.
Well, we're about to find out here shortly because the pick
17th
is
and
in, which means that anybody on Twitter knows what happened like 5 minutes ago. But
yeah, this has already been out, I'm sure, for a minute.
But that's all right, man. We're going old school, man. We're actually going to do this weird thing where you have to wait for stuff. That's some of us. Couch coach is knee deep in his phone over there.
That dude is hype. He got a Steelers like suit on, bro.
Wow.
I got the NFL network feed up because I only want to look at Milk Hyper.
Now, Box, we got a guy here that's the generational talent.
I was talking to his 11th grade philosophy teacher.
Ran a 4.4 in elementary school.
Say he used to spin the merry-go-round so fast it'd make the other kids sick.
What? Oh, my bad. You trained up to get that?
They need to get Goodell like a scooter or like a Segway or something. Get out here a little faster.
That dude goes
right. He just be moseying around too.
Just moseying. Get him like a Segway or like a hoverboard.
The worst is like when you get to the second round.
Now here's the commissioner.
So they went. You got young quarterbacks. You got to protect them. So if you feel like you have holes in the offensive line, it makes sense.
I guess to jump ahead because the Jets probably was going to get, and I think the Jets probably would have got a O lineman too, probably. So I guess that makes sense for them to jump up.
So Aaron Rodgers right now is on the phone going, if you do not give me a wide receiver.
That was one of the stipulations of the trade. You guys got to draft a wide receiver.
You love me. Draft a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Ooh. Could we have a reunion with the Jets with JSN and I forgot what's in who's that wide receiver from Ohio State? Oh, Moore, not Moore. Oh, shucks.
I'm trying to think who their wide receiver
who is that?
Cool. Like I could tell you before you just made my mind go blank.
I know mine did too. I don't know why. Like it's uncharacteristic. But it's not Moore. It's the other one. It's not Elijah Moore.
Wilson.
It's the other one. Well, yeah, Garrett Wilson. And JSN.
I can't want to say Cedric. I was like, that's not right.
I know. I knew it was one of them.
Cam Hayward like the pick. Kurt Warner over here look like he's gonna play Santa Claus this holiday season. Like he gonna play a fit Santa Claus.
He's the new hip Santa Claus, the 2023 Santa Claus.
Yeah, but he got his little gray beard and his little red suit on.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine like You imagine like you're at the draft and you love a pick and every one of your fans around you hates it.
Right.
Boo.
You're like the only person that's happy about the pick, or you're the only person mad about it. Everybody else is celebrating. You're like, what the hell?
Like, why are you so happy? Why are you so happy?
This guy
Wrong with
stinks.
you, man? Sit down somewhere.
That was like whenever different sport. That was like when the Knicks drafted Porzingis. Everybody was so like pissed off. I feel like.
So let me ask y'all a question, man. While we wait on the Jets to make their pick here, how much better does Aaron Rodgers make them? Do you even think they're the best team in the division at this point?
Nah. I'm gonna put the Bills over top, and who knows how healthy Tua can stay. So I mean, maybe 2 or maybe that 3rd spot. Patriots are gonna be the bottom though. Patriots number 4 in that division.
I could see that.
Yeah.
So this will be interesting one to see what they go out and get here. So obviously you got a couple of guys here, right? You still got Gonzalez at corner. You still have NJN at wide receiver. You got Kincaid, tight end out of Utah. That's a big one. Don't forget, Levis is still on the board, man. There's no chance of him going here, though.
Nah.
Unless somebody
Yeah.
trades up. That would be hilarious, though,
No.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, maybe that's why it's taking so long.
They're hoping that somebody's going to come make the trade.
They just trade back.
College coach up next after this, though.
What, the University of Kentucky? I know. I'm a little
No.
nervous, bro.
You're a little nervous. You scared you might take Will Levis?
But yeah, but
Oh man.
hell, man, that happened. If that happened, this computer gonna be destroyed. Everything is gonna be destroyed. My quarterback
Listen,
is
you're-
behind me.
Listen, your
My
quarterback,
quarterback
can't-
is behind me. Sam Howell.
Listen, your reaction can be any worse than Cougars' reaction to Jalen Rigger. That is
We Levis,
that
I
is
don't
the
know.
highlight.
I hope that doesn't happen. I mean, I don't want that. I don't want to see you like that. I don't want. I hope it don't happen. We don't need
No.
that.
My quarterback is behind me right here, Sam Howell. That's my quarterback. And I'm
we
stick
got
by him.
look, we got to get the mute button ready for Couch Coach.
No, don't even wish that on me, bro. Like, don't even wish that on me, man.
I
Dude, no, we
definitely-
don't need a quarterback.
I definitely don't wish it on you, man.
I don't wish that on nobody. I'm like, I wish that on no one.
So it's gonna be interesting to see what I feel like they're maybe really hoping they can trade this here. But we'll
Maybe
see.
they're working something out on the phone.
Yeah, because it's going almost down to 0. It's like a minute 20 something left.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, they're still on the phones
Yes.
right now.
They're
It's showing-
trying to
it's
figure
showing
out the
right
rest
now.
of the deal.
well, yeah. If it's for Will Levis, University of Kentucky is probably calling. Bring him back to school.
He said bring it back to school.
But
Yeah,
man,
Got a transfer portal from the draft back to college.
exactly.
I was just playing. I thought I'd be gone, but now I want to go back.
I'm coming. I want to come back. He's gonna take the backwards transfer portal.
It's weird to see the Jets fans happy at the draft.
Well, they were
We
just
hope.
celebrating in the war room. So either this is about to change, the pick is in, or it's about to say a trade is in.
Mm-hmm.
The pick is
No.
in. Oh boy.
I'm gonna guess how long it's taking. It must yeah, I was gonna say it's gotta be the pick is in because it's gotta be
Yeah.
the card in.
They deliberated on that for a while.
I mean, they were hoping somebody's gonna come trade, man. They're like, fine. So what do y'all think they're taking here?
Maybe a wide receiver, or like
Possibly.
I don't know. I mean, they're pretty decent on defense. I don't know. Maybe like defensive line if they go defense, but probably wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean, they have receivers, right? But they could still use another one.
Mhm.
True.
It'd be interesting to see. Could you get Gonzalez here maybe to put opposite of Gardner?
That wouldn't be bad.
Possibly.
Robert Saleh might just be like, look,
Possibly.
Aaron Rodgers, you go out there and you do whatever you got to do. I'm gonna make sure that can't nobody score against this defense.
Huh?
I got
Never mind,
Kuiper
my
on
bad.
mute, and I can tell
See,
that
on
he's
Twitter-
just going in on what he's talking about.
He always going in. He always
He's just
excited
like he's
That's
like
a bad pack.
pointing, like he's going in.
So Tyler says Nolan Smith, maybe. I mean, it's a possibility. I would not be surprised by that.
Old Smith.
I'm a little surprised he's fallen this far, to be honest. All right, let's see.
Come on, Goodell.
I know, man.
Slowdale. Oh, Slowdale out here.
Yeah. Because technically would never.
Why we're waiting on Roger Goodell to come out here? The Commanders have probably already made their pick.
I'm nervous, guys.
Bro,
Boy.
you know what you remind me of right now? You
Yeah.
looking at me when we moved up to 3, and I'm like, please don't take Matt Jones. Please do not take Matt Jones.
Oh God, right. God, don't do that. I know.
I was so excited when we did not take Matt Jones. I was like, thank goodness.
A little technical difficulties, guys, but I'm good to go now.
Nice.
Good to go, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see who the Jets have here.
Oh, interesting.
Look, man, stay off the Twitters, okay?
The couch coach over there doing
I will.
me, huh?
Especially for this bit.
Mhm.
He just tweeting.
Huh?
He just over there listening to them. They tweeting him all the information, just tweetering.
Just
No, I'm
tweetering.
chilling. No, I'm chilling. No, I ain't even. Nah, because I don't want nobody to spill my pick.
We probably
I couldn't wait on my pick. I would have found out beforehand. I couldn't wait. Jalen Carter said he can't wait to get to Philly. It's time to fly. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Okay.
Will McDonald.
What else he gonna
Somebody's
say?
getting a follow.
Look, what else he gonna say?
Somebody's getting
I was really hoping that anybody but the Eagles would draft me.
All right.
Of course, you're not gonna say that because he wasn't hoping anybody
Could
but
the
the Eagles
best-
drafted him. Somebody's gonna draft
All
Will
right.
Levis and I'm gonna
Let's
laugh.
see what Washington's gonna do now. Don't do that.
Really?
Look, a linebacker, huh?
Really?
No,
Okay.
Okay. Phew.
Not the edge rusher I expected to come off the board. But okay.
Oh, so it's our lap. Oh boy.
I mean, listen, I'm gonna give Robert Saleh the benefit of the doubt that he knows what he wants out of a pass rusher. So
What's going to happen here in Washington?
all right. Do we all know the acronym to tell a couch coach is having a stroke?
I know, right?
Couch coach, type your address in the private chat just in case we need to send emergency service.
No, I'm staying away from Twitter. Like, oh God, the pick is in already. Oh God, I'm scared.
I told you the pick was in, bro. I told you y'all know what y'all doing.
God. I think it's gonna be Christian Gonzalez. I think it's Christian Gonzalez for real. I think it's gonna
Be
be.
Levis.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't just be that bad fortune.
Oh man. So your
So
fellow
I'm sure y'all
Commanders
talked
fans,
about Broderick
Usher needs
Jones.
to turn
He's
the
a good
cards
pickup.
for Gonzalez right away.
Exactly. I agree. Because
Right.
it's funny, even in the mocks, I was thinking, he was going to either go to Detroit and kind of, be at least a top 10 pick. So to get him at this point, I'll take it.
Yeah. It would be a great pick for y'all.
Well, some people that can be there can rise.
Look, definitely a lot better than Levis. Just
And so,
Yeah. Oh, for sure. We got our quarterback.
do you know?
maybe.
Y'all said the same thing about your boy Heineke.
Well, I expect it. Definitely.
Well,
Brown
some
said
said that. I always, and cool you to my witness, I told you, to me, he was a backup quarterback at best. Like, I never really viewed him as a starting quarterback. He's a good backup. If you're starting quarterback out for 6 weeks, he can hold down the fort.
Are you talking about the legend of Tyler Heineke?
But Sam Howell, yeah,
Legendary.
see his,
Legendary.
but it was a great run, and I got a shirt for it. So, hey, wish him all the luck in Atlanta for it. Yeah, the legend Taylor
I forgot
Heineke.
that's where he went.
Yeah. So
Is he starting in
good luck to him,
Atlanta?
Well, he might. It's really Desmond Ritter. That's his team.
Desmond Ritter. Okay.
Yeah.
That's his team.
That's why I said Heineke might be starting, because I know who else is there. That's his team, but he get out there and training and see him throw.
So what do you think about this
He may
Scouts
not be his
coach?
team no more.
What do you think about this Scouts coach?
Kincaid.
If you don't go,
That's solid.
go
I mean,
with Gonzalez here.
It'd be a solid pick because definitely when it comes to tight ends, and we have had somewhat a bad pass when it comes to as far as the injury concerns. You look at Logan Thomas, when he's on, he's on. But, that those constant injuries, and it's really just been like a revolving door at the tight end position. So to get someone like a Dalton Kincaid at this point will be good. And obviously it'll help that offense as well. It just helps add to the weaponry that we have, and this is great for Sam. To have another, another guy that he can lean on.
Get off Twitter, sir. Talking to myself.
Who?
I'm telling myself to get off Twitter.
Because my heel.
Twitter fingers turn to itchy fingers.
I do it after I pick. But other than that, I'm chilling.
This has been like the most relaxing draft in the world for me, man. Like this has been great.
Well, it's been very relaxing for me as well.
Yeah.
I've been stressed.
I've been Coach, you always stressed though, bro.
I know, right? It's every year.
You let them boys stress you out every year, man.
They sure do. I mean, hey.
Look, you know, Couch Coach hit him with
beast.
Don't do it. Reconsider.
Please don't. Right.
Couch Coach waiting with bated breath.
This pick been in for like 5 minutes.
I just wanted to let you know, Couch Coach, you're glistening a little bit more, bro.
All right.
Hey, this pick been in for so long. The New England clock should almost be up.
What they waiting on? I'm about to go to Twitter.
Yeah.
They get on my
That's
nerves.
why we go to Twitter.
All right.
It's taking too long.
It's coming now.
All right, here we go.
I like it. I like it.
Oh, Emmanuel Forbes.
I like it for y'all.
Yeah. I had it in my mock.
This gonna make the beats a better show.
Absolutely.
I like that pick for y'all.
Pack your lunch. Pack your lunch when we go down 95. Cool. Pack your lunch. We got Emmanuel Forbes. 6 pick sixes in his career at Mississippi State.
That's great. That's wonderful.
Emmanuel Forbes.
Well, none of them against Jalen Hurts or AJ Brown or Devontae Smith, was they? I don't believe so.
He'll be ready. We'll be ready for y'all. We'll be ready.
Will you? Will you?
Hold up.
We will be.
He's 6 foot, 166 pounds. Well, you better hope he don't have to tackle nobody.
I'm sitting there telling him you don't want him up against AJ Brown.
Look at the tape.
AJ Brown would throw that little boy down.
AJ Brown will lift him in one arm and catch the ball with the other and run with him on his back for the touchdown, sir.
But yeah, and the thing about him,
AJ Brown gonna stiff on this dude and get his hands like stuck to his jersey.
And he's a ball hawk. He's gonna be one. He's a feast and famine type of guy. Cool. You laugh now, but cry later.
Look,
Coach,
I'm telling you the same thing.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, you might want to put him on Devontae Smith. That's all I'm saying.
That's what I'm trying to tell him. And then I think that would be a very exciting matchup actually, because you got two small guys that high point the ball playing against each other. But if y'all think he gonna go to the other side and handle swole back there,
it's gonna be
he gonna be out there. He's about to looking like Robin.
So Michael Anderson doesn't seem like he's too happy with the pick. Says could have got him in a second.
But yeah, and I had him in my mock, so it worked out.
I don't think he would last until y'all picked in the second round though.
So Christian Gonzalez went to the Patriots.
The Patriots put that card in quick. They was like, "Did you get a call from the Commanders?
Tomorrow.
We want you."
Yeah, you get a top tier corner on the board, and Bill Belichick come up.
They got back corners.
Yep. Agreed. You know, sometimes too, if you pick the person that people aren't fond of, but you pick the correct position,
hope he has fun
position, then sometimes it's just that the team felt like the guy they picked would be better in their particular scheme.
Yeah. Sometimes the better overall player isn't necessarily the best person in your scheme. So you got to do what's best for your scheme.
That's a rough division to have to play against twice.
It's the best fit for them. Yeah, I know.
Boy, I hate to be going to NFC East.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Well, I'm not a corner in the NFC East, boy. I hate to have to see Devontae Smith and AJ Brown 2 times a year. Woo.
I hope we get to see him 2 times next year.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this, sir. Be careful what you ask for, because you get it because you asked for it.
Do I look like I'm running, sir?
You don't have to run to get beat down. Plenty of people have ran to beat downs before.
Hey, them go both ways. Them hands get thrown both ways, sir.
Doesn't matter how many hands he throws. It matters who taps out, who falls, who gets that stomp. Who gonna get it? I'll rename it from now on. It's that Draymond Green. It ain't stomping the mud hole no more. It's Draymond Green and people.
Is that Draymond Green? We trying to Draymond Green y'all in. We trying to bring
it. Of course you're trying to. We're the NFC East champs. We're the NFC champs. Everybody in the NFC is trying to bring it to us.
Facts.
Okay.
And we're ready.
Y'all might be ready, but we stay ready, so we ain't got to get ready.
We stay ready too, sir. As long as I can actually have a quarterback on the field.
Well, sir, then you weren't ready. That's not staying ready.
Well, we were ready, sir. We just, that had nothing to do with the start of the game. We brought enough.
And technically, if you had not had a backup tight end trying to stop Hassan Reddick, you might have been ready.
Bro,
so
everybody does that. Everybody does that, sir. Even y'all.
Our backup tight end is a better blocker than y'all's backup tight end. Our backup's better than our starter, actually. So that's why we do it. We don't take elite pass rushers and put someone who can't block them on them. We don't do that.
Everybody does that.
And Carson Wentz isn't walking through this door, so we ain't got nothing to fear. So we good. So we could.
Nobody has to fear Carson.
That was
Wentz.
our issue.
So
I warned you, Coach. I warned you.
So we got Detroit up.
I know, and I hated it from the jump.
So cool. You got I don't know if you see the bat room. I don't know what pick that's for.
Oh, Deets is the Cowboys. He can hop on.
Uh-oh.
Deets.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Mike?
What's happening?
Oh, just loving this draft with people trading one pick ahead for no reason at all. This has been one of the weirdest drafts I've ever seen.
I'm sorry.
Somebody
I'm
sounds
starting
a
to
little
feel right now like
frustrated that we got
just get
another
Giants
defensive end.
Look, Couch Coach, I might need you to leave. We need to bring a Giants fan and a Seahawks fan in here, and then like everybody I hate will be here.
Okay. I'll roll out. Yeah, for sure. I'll roll out. I'll holler at y'all.
You ain't gotta leave, man. You ain't gotta leave.
No, don't really roll out, man.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So Rod and Sensor said wanted Quentin Johnson or Joey Porter. WTF. And that is not the nickname for a player.
Shame on y'all getting another corner. Man. Darn it.
Got a pretty good corner.
The best graded corner in the draft, man. Freak. Why would your team do that?
It's like
what in the world were they thinking?
It's like Patriots fans.
Why would Bill Belichick draft a corner? Shocking. I'm shocked.
It's almost like they forgot that they sucked before Bill Belichick came along.
It wasn't Bill Belichick, remember, it was Tom Brady.
The Lions pick live coming up next. It's not live. Everybody else, it's already on Twitter, I'm sure.
Let's see.
So now Tampa is an interesting one, right? Because you brought in Baker. You want to see what you have in I can't remember his name right now. Trask.
Trash.
So you know,
Trace.
I think
you call him Kyle Trace.
I think they'll sit still at quarterback, but it'll be interesting to see. Will they maybe look at taking a guy like Levis that they could, kind of put on the bench as a project to work on?
Mm-hmm. All they got to do is teach him how to read defenses, how to actually throw good and one bad throw simultaneously, and then he'd be good.
I mean, that's everything. That's all the same thing School's got to do for Anthony Richardson. So.
That's very true. It's very true. That's very true.
So, just throwing that out there for you,
Will Levis is Mel Kiper's number one.
They really got to do something in this draft to get out of this. The pick is in, and then 20 minutes later they announce it.
Mm-hmm.
They are doing something about it. They're getting advertising dollars. Yep. That's what they're doing.
When you say the pick is in, that's when the pick should be in, not 20 minutes later. Like, put the pick in, post who it is, and then go on. Then move on.
No. Which
I don't know. Wait,
yes, no. Crickets.
You guys hear me?
I'm saying, do you guys?
Yeah, we hear
you. Want to Yeah.
Cool's microphone is cutting out though. So I don't know
you're cutting out, man.
Can you hear me now?
You was frozen up for a second. You was John Walling it.
Uh,
You still
Would you
got
like to know the Lions pick?
you still got that Terminator voice going.
What about
I'm
now?
here to save you. Right now, you're good.
Well, we're having a bad storm, so okay. Would y'all like to know the pick?
Sure.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, what you got?
Wow.
Jack Campbell, linebacker. Looks like
Cedar
Iowa
Falls,
from the jersey.
Iowa.
Really?
Jack
Iowa.
Campbell, the great.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Iowa. Look at Iowa. The last 5 picks.
I know.
Who got 2 Hawkeyes and a Cyclone?
Right.
I
First
mean,
off, I went too high,
Type
but
of
hey.
voice. Now you got 2 guys from Iowa.
the last
Jack
5 picks in the
Campbell.
draft have been really big if you're from the state of Iowa.
Kirk Ferentz is filling up a program there.
Jack Campbell.
Oh man.
I can't help
Todd,
myself. I watch too many
Todd.
cartoons.
Todd.
God. You got a
So
Jack
we
Campbell
got-
in the field.
See, this goes back to like you're getting a guy that you think is a great fit for you. Because personally, I think Joey Porter is a better linebacker.
Well, Joey Porter's a corner.
Or yeah, sorry.
I mean, but you're right. Joey Porter is clearly a better player. They're clearly drafting for position here.
No, I meant somebody else, but Joey Porter was on my screen, so that's the name that came out of my mouth. But there was somebody else that I meant to say.
I'll say.
I
Well,
got
I mean,
the name mixed up.
the original Joey Porter was a linebacker, so it does.
You're
work.
probably thinking another player from the Georgia team, Nolan Smith.
Yes, that
Yes,
was
probably you're
that was
thinking.
what I meant to say.
Yes, I figured that's who you were thinking because he is. But again, it might just be scheme fit or the belief the scheme fit.
It's Rob's fault because I'm looking at like 2 different things and I see Joey Porter out of the corner of my eye, and that's just what came out of my mouth. Maybe like Deet said, maybe I was flashing back to his daddy, you know.
Well, and the difference between Nolan Smith and Jack Campbell is a straight up inside linebacker. Nolan Smith is kind of that hybrid. Yeah, he could play the middle. He's more of an outside linebacker, pass rusher kind of guy. He's kind of that hybrid guy. Whereas Jack Campbell is a middle linebacker. He's not going to be doing any rushing the passer. He's going to be playing middle linebacker.
Nolan Smith is a budget Hassan Reddick.
I think they were going for scheme in terms of like where they felt like they needed somebody versus actually taking the best player.
Budget Hassan Reddick. That's what Nolan Smith is.
The pick is.
You can get put in the same name as Hassan Reddick and wreck people's seasons. Go right ahead.
That's why I said budget.
He's a budget Riddick. He's a Riddick
with 1 D instead of 2.
He's a Hussein Riddick.
Hosea Radiq. More like that.
Well, who's on the clock now? Tampa Bay?
Tampa Bay is on. This is Will Levis.
Their pick is in.
What's up with this new Bucks logo they got up
That
here?
pick is in.
Oh, it's the new garbage logo. Did you see the new garbage jerseys?
I ain't seen them yet.
Oh, no. I take it back. Who was that?
Cardinals.
Was it the Bucks?
The Cardinals.
Cardinals.
Yeah. The Cardinals jerseys
yeah.
are complete and utter just
𝐿
trash.
Defensive
Can't
tackle.
They're generic.
Can't see.
No, it's something out of a high school.
Can't see.
I mean, look, they did need.
Oh,
In
yeah.
the worst way possible.
That's right.
I mean, listen,
Talking
let's be
about
honest.
Kansas.
There's a whole bunch of
University
positions
of
they.
Pennsylvania.
There's a whole bunch they needed.
Talk about great athletes.
Let's see.
A 4.67.
His comparison is Ed Oliver.
Elijah Cansey.
I don't know if you pronounce that correctly, but we're gonna give you the benefit.
Interesting.
Ran a 3.3 in middle school.
Right now, Mel
He
Kiper's
comes
going,
from a
Elijah
great line
Cansey.
of Pittsburgh.
There's no way Elijah should have been here in the
He's
19th.
another.
He grew up playing on the same playground as Joe Montana.
Thinking about guys. When I think about Pittsburgh guys, I think about Aaron Donald and Louis Riddick.
Are they actually trying to compare this dude to Aaron Donald? Are you serious?
They are.
Todd.
Stop it. Just stop it.
Yeah, and it's, especially in the combat. Oh my gosh!
They
like,
can't.
Welcome to the world of Louis Riddick.
Oh, Louis Riddick, he the analyst for ESPN. It's a joke.
Louis Riddick needs to stop.
Yes, you do.
Huh?
He really does.
I can't stand Louis. I can't stand games. I can't stand Louis Riddick.
Look, Rod Unson said Anthony Richardson is better than Will Levis. We all know that, sir. We all know that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, look who's still there.
Agreed.
Will Levis,
Definitely.
aka Brady Quinn Jr.
Yeah. But with that being said, they are both garbage. Or as my co-host will say, trash.
Or trace.
So if
Shout
Will
out to
Levis
Cole.
don't get selected tonight, he can come back tomorrow night, right? Or no?
Yeah.
I mean,
The draft is what? You got 7 rounds.
Oh, and by
You
the
got
way,
7 rounds.
I said, can he come back tomorrow? Like, you know how like
Well,
they got the
they
first
did,
round
right.
picks come in? Like, do he
Don't they
just
did,
chill in
right.
his hotel room tomorrow?
there's no green room on day 2.
That's why. Okay, I just check.
I would
Being sarcastic though, being low key sarcastic.
So by the way, I made 2 predictions at the start of the show. One was it would have more than one running back get drafted. That's already happened. My second prediction was that one of the top 4 quarterbacks would not get drafted tonight. And that's looking more and more likely right now.
He's looking here because most of these guys in this next few they got quarterbacks.
I don't know. Baltimore's still there.
Nah, there may have been some other predictions, but those weren't right, so we're not going to talk about those.
Yeah, Baltimore signed what's called today, or they agreed to a deal today. Yep.
And then
Huntley's coming back.
Then that backup
He got
is a
what?
Pro Bowler.
He got 200. He got like a
280.
5 more million. Yeah, he got 5 more million overall than Jalen Hurts.
He was like 185 guaranteed.
So now he's the highest paid quarterback per year.
Yeah.
So I guess he's happy now.
For about 5 seconds.
Right. Right.
Hey, right. It's just somebody else get paid.
Whoever is in a quarterback last this offseason is a real loser.
So the race is between Herbert and
Burrow
and Joe Cool.
It's gonna be Joe Burrow because Joe Burrow's gonna be like, I'm waiting on everybody else because y'all ain't get no choice but to pay me.
Right.
He's going to make sure that he's the last one to get signed.
Just call him Joe Championship. Guy has played in a championship game every single year of his playing career.
But when you come to the NFL, call him no championship because he doesn't have one yet.
No, he's played in a championship game, the AFC championship game. He's been in it twice. The only 2 years he's been fully healthy, they've made the championship game. They haven't won a Super Bowl, but they have played in a championship game. And the guy played 3 years in high school. They played in the championship game all 3 years. Went to college. The 1 year he played was at LSU when they won the national championship. And then he plays his rookie year, gets hurt, And then his second and third year, they've been in the AFC Championship game both years. It's insane. It's an insane stat. The guy has not played a full season without being in a championship game.
I mean,
so let me ask you a
it's
question.
crazy. You got to win them.
What about the years where he wasn't?
It's not. He hasn't won them all, but he's played in a championship game every single year of his career.
So what about the years he wasn't at LSU? Were he in championship games then too?
No, he didn't play. He was at. He didn't play. He was at Ohio State and redshirted. He was at Ohio State redshirted. Then he transferred to LSU.
So you say every year he was a
starter.
starter.
To LSU before the transfer portal. So when he transferred to LSU, he had to sit out the next year.
So
then he played his junior year at LSU, and that was the 1 year he played in college football.
Yeah. So you said that as a starter because. Okay, gotcha.
I'm saying when he stepped on when he has been on the field for an entire season.
Yeah, as a starter.
He has never had a season since his high school days. His high school 3 years in high school, three championship games. 1 year at LSU, championship.
Aaron Rodgers is stopping all that this year anyway.
It's crazy.
Whoa.
I was just kidding with that, by the way. That was a joke.
Kind of figured, sir. Kind of figured.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I smell the sarcasm.
Seattle taking this one all the way down, ain't they?
Yeah.
Let's see who they're picking.
Will Levis. Will Levis.
Will Levis, you think?
I would
no, I hope not.
You ain't seen it on
after signing
you ain't
Gino.
seen it on Twitter.
I would die laughing.
Yo,
no, I'm not. My hands are still.
Levis, bro.
I'm good.
Bro, if they took Will Levis,
I would have. Yeah, y'all would just literally see me fall out of his chair.
If they're taking this long, they're desperately trying to trade this pick.
It's not a pick's in.
Yeah, picks him.
I'm betting they couldn't get anybody to move. They couldn't get somebody that they couldn't get a deal done or something because there's no reason to take that long for this pick.
Yeah.
I mean, Pete Carroll is about like 102 years old, man. You know,
past bedtime.
They had to wake Pete up. They were like, Pete, come on,
wake up,
bro.
Sleepy Pete.
He said, Sleepy Pete.
I don't know. Pete Carroll might be old, but he ain't sleeping. You see Pete Carroll on the sideline. Pete Carroll runs faster than some of his players.
Yeah, in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
People have his age. Yeah.
He's already had his interview for the day then.
You don't see Pete Carroll run up on them on the sideline like that on the Monday night games.
Pete Carroll is past my bedtime. This right here. Oh, Seahawks. Smart move, Seahawks. They weren't trying to trade.
I guess it ain't Levis then.
I know why they were waiting.
Somebody see on Twitter.
I did say smart, so yes.
Quentin Johnson. It is.
Absolutely. Never said I was getting off. This is my happy place. Twitter. The Twitterverse. Twitter is happy.
I would rather just not know what's going on than to be on Twitter.
Well, there's this great thing I did on Twitter. So they have where you could just go NFL draft. So the only thing you see is the NFL draft stuff, nothing else. And I love it.
Oh, dang. Joe, I forgot JSN was. Oh.
Yes, Coach ruined it.
Damn, my bad. I gotta stop doing that. I gotta stop jumping.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Shaggy.
Damn.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
That's a good pick.
Couch, you got to say his name now. How you say it?
Jackson Smith Nuwaba.
In Jigba.
In Jigba. See, that's why I say JSN.
So you
Y'all,
know what the
y'all trying to
problem
get me on
is?
some Charles Barkley stuff tonight.
I don't want to say in Jigba because it sounds too close to some certain words for me. So I'm just gonna.
That's how you pronounce the man's name.
Right.
It's like, nope.
That's how
Sorry,
you
man. I'm just
pronounce
not
it.
comfortable saying your last name, man.
That's how you pronounce the man's name.
Right.
I'm a couch coach. JSN.
I thought you said it was a smart pick.
Oh, it was a smart pick.
I don't trust Jackson Smith. I don't trust this guy at all.
You don't trust him to be a number 2 receiver?
Nah. Well, no, he'll fit in Seattle where he can be the number 3 receiver because he ain't gonna be the number 2.
He's gonna be the number 2 by the end of the season. He'll be the number 2.
With the guys on the board, with Quentin Johnson on the board, with guys like A.T. Perry on the board. I don't know. They got a guy. I don't trust his hands in a big spot. I've seen him drop too many passes over his career. So
that means he's in the perfect place because they're used to the big time receivers dropping balls. They got DK Metcalf, so they just added another guy.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. You already got DK Metcalf. I mean, but they do have who's the other guy? Tyler Lockett.
So, Lockett. Yeah. So the thing is, this makes it exciting, right? Because every time you throw the ball up to DK Metcalf or to
Jackson, just call him Jackson.
I was gonna go JSN or JSN. You'll never know, right? It could be a great catch, it could be a miss, it could be a bobble. You never know. So every play is exciting now, right? So it brings more excitement to your organization.
I mean, I'm gonna say that I think it's a good pick, but it's not. When I look at some of the pieces they could have potentially added here, is one of the things they could have did. This is a pick I'm not terribly upset about them making. It's not a bad pick. I think it does make them better offensively. It gives them a few more targets, but I don't
elsewhere.
Really took care of some of the bigger needs.
Yeah.
I'll be 100% honest. I'm happy because this is another defensive player that should have been gone that's not. And we got a pick coming up here in about 9 more picks. So, yeah. Great pick, Seattle.
Yeah, great job. You took somebody nobody else wants. Awesome job.
But I think it is smart to give Geno another weapon. And maybe you can get him into, your workouts and work on the hands and different stuff. And because I've seen him make some drops, and that's fair. But I've seen most of these college wide receivers drop the ball. Because let's be honest, if you remember back to if you went to college, if you remember back to yourself in college, right? You focus, you do all the things you're supposed to do. But what happens on Friday nights? Let's be real. Game tomorrow or not, what's happening on Friday nights? You are having fun because you are the man on campus. You partying, you hanging out, you kicking it with the ladies, like you know what I'm saying? You turn it up. You're not saying, I've got a game tomorrow, so I have to make sure I just drink water and eat fruit today and relax and prepare myself mentally for the game. It's not happening. But I think when you get to the league, sometimes that difference in playing in the league is like, look, you got to focus. You got to really take your craft seriously. And I think guys sometimes can get more prepared. I think wide receiver is one of those positions, as well as running back, where you can get a little bit better at some things in the league because you're now more focused on that particular subject that you need to, strengthen versus just, using your natural talent. And you drop some balls, oh well, right? You get in the NFL, you start dropping balls, you end up on the bench. So it's a higher expectation.
Well, that's the other criticism I have.
Unless you play for the Eagles and you're Jalen Raker, then you can drop all the balls you want and you still get to play.
He doesn't run crisp routes. He basically, you look at all the big plays that he had, they're basically jailbreaks. of
Well, yeah, they're
you
not
know,
going to ask him to do a
something
lot.
breaks down, or he's not running that 10-yard comeback and sticking a foot in the ground and running it to a crisp route. That's one of the big questions I have with him. And in Seattle, as a third wide receiver, you have to be able to run crisp routes. Like, you're not going to be the guy. You're not going to be the guy. DK Metcalf is the guy that's going to be running that's going to be running wild all over the place. Then you have Tyler Lockett, who runs probably the best routes in the league. And then
Lockett's going to be in the slot.
Where does he fit in this offense?
Lockett's going to be in the slot. Lockett's going to be in the slot.
So that's what I'm
DK
saying. Jackson Smith and Tyler Lockett, they pretty much run the. They pretty much are the same player. So,
well,
it's it's a weird fit for Seattle.
And I think he's a little bit faster. I think Lockett, like you said, is the better route runner. So you just put him in the slot. Let him be the third receiver, the slot receiver. You put DK on one side. He can run the short or the long routes. He's going to body everybody and drop half of them anyway. It doesn't matter if it's short or long. And then you could have JSN kind of be the guy to run the mid to long routes the majority of the time. So you kind of take care of the issues with all three.
So you got the Chargers took Quentin Johnson, which makes a lot of sense for them because all the wide receivers are injury prone.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
All of
everybody
them.
on the team that plays wide receiver. Snake bit.
And that's the guy I would have taken for Seattle. That's the guy I would have taken. He was my top wide receiver.
Scheme fits. Got to remember scheme fit beats.
What do you need to scheme at 6'4"? Or they say 6'2". I got on mine. On my list, it says that he was 6'4", so he probably measured short at the combine. But this guy he's a beast. I love Quentin Johnson. He can go get the ball.
50-50 guy, 50-50 ball.
Rob wanted Quentin Johnson at earlier, so yeah. The thing is, I think too, a lot of these guys sometimes the individual workouts, meetings with the teams and stuff. Some of the things because we only hear about it for certain players, right? But I think sometimes they go into these things and you look at them and you say, not a bad guy, but I feel like this particular guy fits the scheme that we want or what we want out of this player a little bit more than this guy. I think that's where we get a couple of these guys kind of going a little bit like questionable when we're looking at it. We're saying, why would they do this? Why would they do that? But I think when you really look at it, it's like, okay, I mean, it's reasonable. I mean, I think the JSN pick was good, but again, he does drop balls. But again, I think you're going to get better at that in the pros. I think if we look at this draft, what's happening like with the wide receivers and certain players after we have the season or half the season, you're going to see a much different outlook on some of these guys once they've got into those nutrition training programs, once they've got things down with the quarterback, and once they're really dedicated and focused in, some of these young guys, we're going to see a lot more out of them. So I think it's more, for me, you draft the guy if you get the right position, because I do think sneakily wide receiver was a position that Seattle needed, right? Because Lockett's only going to be around so long. He's a guy that he's had some injuries, right? So you have to do what you got to do. So I that's just my personal opinion.
Roll out.
The way I look at these particular situations. But all right, Couch Coach, appreciate you hopping on,
All right,
man.
catch y'all later.
Took you long
Appreciate
enough.
y'all.
Took
All right,
you long enough.
I know, right? All right, holla at y'all. All right.
All right, man. But yeah, man, I'm excited though, just because, again, y'all keep taking these wide receivers, right? And let's let some of these other players keep sliding. We getting close to the Eagles pick, number 30, which I hope we keep. So let's see what we can make happen.
See, man.
Wait, what is happening here?
I'm looking now.
Didn't the Chargers just pick? Yeah, all right.
I believe.
Yeah. I was gonna say we're not at 30. I was like, did I just miss like 10 picks?
No, I'm saying we're getting closer. The more these guys draft these guys that they shouldn't, that's just getting them closer and closer to us having more defensive players available when we pick at 30.
Well, here we go. Here we go with Baltimore. What do you guys think Baltimore's going to do?
I don't know. Our Baltimore guy was playing him, so no clue.
I mean, I would think it's a defensive player with Baltimore.
I would assume so.
I'm thinking Joey Porter Jr.
Ooh.
Baltimore is also drafted the wide receiver too, though, so they could draft the wide receiver.
Well, they just signed Odell, right?
Yeah, they could. Apparently, they're in on
That's only one. They need 3
as well. So I mean, they could still draft another one.
They still need another.
They got the kid from Minnesota that they drafted last year.
3. Really, they need 3. He's always hurt. They need 3 receivers. Really, I mean, if you're Baltimore, their receiving core from last year, between injuries, drop passes, and just not being factors, you really need to revamp that position as a whole. If I was them, I would draft a wide receiver. As a matter of fact, the wide receiver that I would draft, let me find his correct name. I had it earlier, but I forgot. Too many players have happened. I would draft Zay Flowers. And you know why I draft Zay Flowers? He's great at blocking as well. He's a solid guy, but he's a great blocker. So if you're going to bring guys into this Baltimore organization, a guy like Flowers who blocks very well, is dedicated to doing that as well, that's what you want. If you're going to go wide receiver. If they go defense, I wouldn't think that was a bad idea either. But to me,
I wouldn't be shocked if they went Zay Flowers, but if they're going to go wide receiver, why wouldn't you take Jordan Addison, who 2 years ago was the best wide receiver in the country? And all he did last year was help Caleb Williams win the Heisman Trophy. I mean, I'm surprised this guy's still on the board.
But you want to, again, if you're in Baltimore, Lamar Jackson is back. He's going to be running the ball. You're going to employ a ground and pound game. So if you can get wide receivers that actually buy into blocking as well as making plays, you got to go after those guys with the scheme.
Zay Flowers it is.
Yep.
Baltimore finally has some sense, and I'm great. No, I'm just kidding.
But by the way, I was just informed by my wife when I went downstairs to refill my water that apparently Florida Gator fans are absolutely roasting the Indianapolis Colts right now.
As they should.
Why are Florida Gator fans upset?
As they should.
They're not upset. They're just laughing at the Colts for.
They're not upset. They think it's funny.
Yeah. They're like get ready for like 1 week. You're like, oh my gosh, we have the greatest quarterback ever, and the next week be like, what in the?
Get ready for 150 rushing yards and 50 passing yards.
Sounds a little high on the passing.
That dude's gonna play this year.
I mean, I said it about Anthony Richardson all draft season. He had 2 games, not 1, 2 games last year under 100 yards the entire game, and he played the entire game. That's unheard of.
Yeah, I think Zay Flowers, man, to me is a guy that is a real difference maker. I don't think he got a lot of attention because of the fact that he played at Boston College, but having seen him every single year, being a Florida State fan, I could tell you the dude is an absolute monster.
He could have transferred several times to other schools and got big NIL deals, and he wouldn't leave Boston College. He wouldn't finish what he started there. Great locker room guy.
Very, very good receiver, great leader. And once he gets the ball in his hands, he makes people miss.
And that mother loving blocking that he loves, boy. That's what's gonna be important.
Yeah.
So you got him and Odell.
Makes a good point here that Mike Mayers has not been picked yet.
Let's stop talking about him, Rod Uncensored. Let's not talk about it. Let's not mention his name until pick 30. Let's not talk about it. We don't want to start putting names out there in the universe and then somebody remembers. Let's let them keep forgetting, Rod. They just need to forget for 8 more picks.
I really don't think he has any desire to help you out, sir. Just
I'm probably gonna hop off here, fellas.
That's fair. All right, sir.
Trying to make it to pick 30, but I'm fading.
You on that Pete Carroll?
Yeah. It was good talking with you guys, though.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See you guys later.
So I guess I get to slide up. Look at me on the top line. I got promoted, y'all.
You got promoted.
Niners, Eagles, and Cowboys all equally represented now.
Here you go. Here you go. Cool.
I got a better idea for you.
Oh.
I even let you have the first position.
I just have to give you a hard time. I have to.
Oh, man.
You're probably the only 49ers fan that literally did not hop on Facebook and cry for like 2 weeks after a game.
I mean, ain't no point. Everybody know what happened. I mean,
well, you a snowman.
Yeah, I had.
Probably the only 2. Everybody else was like, I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, everybody know what happened. There was nothing to cry about.
And then the funny part about everybody that was crying is you're crying, but you even acknowledge it's not a dirty hit.
Yeah.
So what are you crying about?
Things like literally, if he gets hit a second sooner or a second later, the injury doesn't happen. It's just one of those things. It happens. And then, I mean, look, I told you before the game that my worst nightmare was us having to depend on Josh Johnson. That was my worst nightmare. So you could say the game was over after Josh Johnson also got hurt, but I felt like it was over before that.
Yeah, you've contended that Josh Johnson wasn't really hurt. He just didn't want to keep playing.
Yeah.
And you may be right. I mean, I'm not saying that
right.
You're wrong. I'm just saying that's what you were saying. Yeah. All right, so Deets, y'all should be coming up soon, right?
So the Ravens now have Zay Flowers, Odell, and Bateman.
And Bateman gets to be in his right position. 3.
Yeah, and Andrews too. Let's not forget about Andrews. So,
well, yeah.
So, hey, Lamar, you got paid. They got you some weapons.
Well, there's no excuse. There's no excuses now because the excuse is always, he doesn't have wide receivers to throw to. Well, you got wide receivers now.
That hurts every year.
Yeah, they got rid of your garbage offensive coordinator.
Got players now.
So, let's see what Lamar gonna do this year. I hope he succeeds. I mean, I don't want him to win it all, but because I want this team to win it all.
So. I definitely don't want to win it all.
Look, maybe if our teams are out of it, and in the Super Bowl, then maybe we'll be like, okay, he can win it now, but that'd be about it. It's the best I can give him.
I still be like, you stink.
Everybody thought Minnesota was going to trade up and try to do something.
That's a good pick for them.
Let's see what they get here.
I had Hendon Hooker going to Minnesota. I stand by that.
Hendon Hooker, right?
Which means it probably won't happen because I already got right.
with Will Levis still on the board, this is the last spot for Will Levis to go.
I would take Hendon Hooker over Will Levis because
unless somebody trades back in, and look, I mean, front page of the Connecticut paper today was a big picture of Will Levis, of course, Connecticut guy. So I still have no idea how he got to the top of people's draft boards. I coached against Will Levis. He's a good player. He's not a great player.
Yeah, he's one of those guys from I've seen about him. He misses plays, but he misses just as many as he makes. So that being the case,
I just felt like
and the fact that you have so many terrible in the red, I mean, that's not a guy that you want to be your starting quarterback.
Yeah, my concern is he looked really bad against real competition this year. He looked great when you were playing lesser competition, but when he played really good defenses, he struggled a lot.
That's what I said. Watch the LSU tape. It is some of the worst quarterbacking I've ever seen in my life.
And that's saying a lot.
Yes. That is saying a whole lot. Considering that your own team had like Andy Dalton. That's
hey man. Florida State's had their share too, man. Let's not do that.
Hey, we don't have to go to Florida State. We could talk about the 49ers just a few years ago when I'm over there rolling with a bunch of freaking no names.
Yeah,
got CJ Beathard out there as starting quarterback. That was horrible.
The pride of the Iowa Hawkeyes. You have an Iowa Hawkeye quarterback. Nobody lets them play quarterback. What's going on there? Who takes a quarterback from Iowa? You take a linebacker from Iowa. You take a defensive tackle. You don't take a quarterback.
We got an Iowa State quarterback. Played pretty well.
Yeah. Brock Purdy.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Well, I was saying that on the other stream. Speaking of Brock Purdy, this is the one thing that the NFL does better than every other sport is their draft. Mr. Irrelevant. We know we saw him play for 3 years and he was the final pick. You talk about like the NBA draft. I don't even know who guys get picked in the top 5 and I have no idea who they are.
Yeah.
So the Vikings are taking Jordan Addison.
There you go. That's Jesus. That wide receiver room is stacked in Minnesota.
Yeah. Well, they had to do something to replace Thielen because he's gone.
Yeah.
So that actually does make sense from that standpoint. I thought they would take Hooker, and the reason is, like I say, my thing is I would take Hooker in the back, like 5-10 picks of the first round, because that gives you that extra year of guaranteed control over his contract. Because if you draft him this year, you're not going to get much. You're not going to get anything out of him this year. He got hurt too late in the season. So you got to make this season a wash. So that means if you're drafting him after the first round, you're only going to really control him for 3 years of seeing him play. That would be my reasoning. And plus, he's better than Will Levis.
I mean, a lot of guys better than Will Levis, sir.
I'll go back to my earlier statement.
So that's why I predicted that there would be one of these top 4 quarterbacks fall out the first round. I didn't say who it was, but that's who it was.
Well, sir, I mean, when you said one of the top 4 falling out of the first round, that's definitely the first person I thought of.
I mean, I gave our Play Callers Nation out there a little benefit of the doubt because I know the intelligent people that they can figure it out for themselves.
Yeah, I definitely was like, yeah. He's talking about Levis. That was my first thought, only thought. All right, so we got Minnesota out of the way. So that means
Jacksonville is on the clock.
Jacksonville is on the clock. Yes, sir.
No, the Giants.
Is it the Giants? I froze. So
yeah, no, we got Jacksonville, then the Giants, then the Cowboys.
Nah, the Giants are next, then Jacksonville, then Dallas, then Buffalo, Cincy, New Orleans, Philly, KC.
I'm trusting y'all because I'm frozen at the moment. My screen's frozen.
I'm looking at ESPN. Oh well, yeah, the Giants are up because Jacksonville just traded the pick. So
I didn't see a pop-up say anything about a trade. I just see that it says the Giants
traded.
Yeah, Jacksonville traded with the Giants. And it looks like I'm going off the ESPN draft room here. So I'm not watching their initial broadcast, but it says here Giants and Giants back to back. Nope, there they go. Now they changed it. So yeah, the Giants and Jacksonville just switched. Like I said before when I just came on, teams are just switching like, oh, we'll just move one pick. What the hell does one pick do? Unless you know that the team in front of you is getting somebody else.
I mean, if you think that, somebody else
I think
is about to try to jump you to get the person you want, that's a lot of times what's happening. They're hearing rumors that somebody might be trying to jump them.
That is big. Have you guys ever seen the movie Draft Day?
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what they did the entire time. Oh, we're gonna trade this, so give us more stuff because otherwise we're gonna trade it to this team. And I mean, could you get any more? Kevin Costner is the GM of the Cleveland Browns.
So the real question here is there a wide receiver left that the Giants want to take here? Because we all notice what they need.
A.T. Perry is still on the board. He's my guy. I don't care what you can do. You can't teach 6'5".
I know all about A.T. Perry, sir.
And you look at the guy he played with, Sam Hartman. A.T. Perry is one of the reasons why Sam Hartman is the leading passer in the ACC history.
Yeah, A.T. Perry is an absolute beast, man.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm just looking at my wide receiver list. You got Kayshon Boutte too, and you got the Tennessee guys. Cedric Tillman and Jalen Hyatt both still on the board.
I just want to see you eat your bootios so you won't be booty.
Well, I'm surprised Jalen Hyatt's still on the board. When you have a game like he did against Alabama, that's telling.
I just think it's that everybody got pushed back for wide receivers because a lot of people had wide receivers starting to go earlier. So I think these by the fact that we didn't start to see that a couple of wide receivers go to the late teens, early 20s. I think that's why he's still there because I think people thought some of the other guys would be going faster.
Yeah, we just have 4 wide receivers in a row.
Yeah, but I'm saying a lot of people had at least 2 of those guys going in the top 15. So I think when they pushed down, they made people say, "Oh, instead of grabbing this guy, I'm going to grab this guy," which is not always the right decision to make. But I think that's why you still see Tillman there. But this might be a good spot for him. He's a guy that can make a lot of plays. The Giants are worse off than Baltimore at wide receiver. They may not go wide receiver, but I would shake my head if I was a Giants fan and they don't go wide receiver.
So one thing that you could look at here is if they don't really like the wide receivers here, or they think they can maybe get wide receivers later, they could go tight end here and still basically get a receiving weapon because you got Washington and Kincaid both on the board.
Yeah, but you have you just got your tight end Honest plan. No, I'm thinking about Jacksonville, aren't I? Yeah, they could use a tight end too. Yeah.
Brian, you don't think Brian Dable wants another nice hard blocker that can also catch?
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. You may be more right, actually, sir. There may be more into tight end.
I would think tight end, and I would think Michael Mayer. I watched this kid play at Notre Dame. I watched every game of this kid, and inside the 5-yard line, you can't stop him.
Look,
Okay, yeah, I remember that kid. Yeah, you're right.
Look, I was hoping you were gonna say it, sir, because I didn't want to be the one to put it out there.
And well, if he gets through to 26, you'll be hearing Michael Mayer's name a lot at 26.
Well, we're gonna be hearing his name at 26. That is not who they're taking, sir. They're not even going to offense.
The Giants pick is in.
Yeah, it's a defensive pick.
If it's a defensive pick,
the situation,
then it better be a guy on the back end.
It's a Deontay Banks.
All right. Again,
I mean, they did need some corner help, so
they do need corner.
Can he play wide receiver too? Though, fine.
I think you want to give your quarterback. I think you'd want to give your quarterback. Just a guy that sees how pathetic their wide receivers are, but hey, when bang bang Richie James gains your best wide receiver, it's a problem. Yeah. But there's guys you can probably get in the second round too, so it's not like a. Yeah. But I think when you get that top talent, but hey, if you're going on the back end, you never can be wrong with corners, in my opinion.
You can't have enough. You can't have enough.
But I wouldn't mind it because
cornerback,
exactly.
and offensive lineman. Cornerback and offensive lineman. You can never have enough of them.
Yeah.
10 on our roster, like it.
Can I get the English version of that?
Damn, Jacksonville is just trading all over the place. And now the Bills are on the clock.
Jacksonville said, "We don't care about them picks, man."
Man, Jacksonville probably got a first next year, maybe 2 firsts next year.
Yeah,
all kind of wildness. Just the dog days of the draft, good people. But hey, we 3 hours in, still got a little bit more to go.
Dallas, and then
Buffalo,
and then Jacksonville.
So John's fan says he loves the pick. He doesn't love the fact that they actually jumped up to get it. But I mean, again, you probably didn't give up much to make that move up. And if you were hearing whispers that somebody else was about to come in and get it.
And with Jacksonville Jacksonville trading with Buffalo, they were probably thinking about trading with Buffalo, and Buffalo's need is at corner. So,
right.
And we all know why Buffalo needs to replace a cornerback, but that doesn't need to be said. But
well, he's been clear, man.
Yeah. I'm with Deets.
No way.
I'm with Deets 100%. He has been cleared by multiple doctors, but I'm with you.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Look, you see, I just stopped talking after that, right?
He's been cleared. If his family lets him get on the field, I don't know what the hell they're thinking.
You know who else was cleared? Tua.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So
But
the doctors that they use have a little flawed process, clearly. So I completely agree with you on that. I don't. If I was Zay Flowers' family, I agree with Dietz. I would say, look, man, maybe you can get into coaching, right? You know, position coach. You can work out with the team or whatever, but you shouldn't take any more hits.
you can't let the NFL can't let Hamlin get back on the field. They just can't.
Hey,
They can't afford to have that happen.
If he's cleared, they'll let him back out there because you know how the NFL is. Then they'll make more Hamlin Strong T-shirts and everything.
I know how the NFL is. I'm saying it would be a PR nightmare if he went out on the field and if he got any kind of hurt. Yeah. If not even a head injury. If he just all of a sudden went down, you know, twisted a knee or something, and he was down, all of a sudden he goes down. It's a nightmare.
You're right. You're right.
So, but I really think his there's no way his family would let that happen. Would let him go back on the field.
I don't know if you could stop him though. That's the thing. I don't know if you could stop him.
So the Jags just got pick 130 to move back to 27.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to see what else did they get.
What did they get in the Giants deal? They must have got another. They must have got another 3rd or 4th round pick.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
It may take a few minutes. Sometimes it takes a little time to show up.
Well, it's just weird that like I'm seeing what the Bills gave up to move up, but I'm not seeing what the Giants gave up.
Yeah, I get it.
Maybe the Giants are just embarrassed. They didn't release that to the media.
They said, "Screw that. We ain't gonna tell people what happened."
Is it? No, we're not gonna keep that. Nolan Smith would be a good pick for the Bills here too.
Hog mollies. They just want to run around and say hog mollies.
Hog mollies.
Mm-hmm. David Tepper. Hog mollies. I mean, not David Tepper. The old GM. David Tepper's on my mind now. I've heard so much David Tepper bashing the last month.
And I'm sure
they'll do it though. It's crazy.
I'm sure that's going to continue with them taking Bryce Young.
All right, let's see what the Bills are going to do here. Dalton Kincaid.
Wow. As if they needed another offensive weapon.
They got this look. They got a bunch of hats sitting behind them, like somebody just feeling back there going through like every hat in the pile trying to find the Bills hat.
Hey man, it'd be like that. It's late in the process, man.
But you're talking about things you can't coach, man. I mean, this is a big guy right here, man.
Yeah. Kincaid was, I think, the biggest upside prospect, along with the size and everything else, that was definitely there. So I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah. And the thing is, man, this is a guy that you can play underneath, right? So this is a guy that when you got Diggs going deep and taking guys down there, you got Gabe Wills taking people down there, or Gabe Davis, going down there. This is a guy who can come underneath and really do some damage and make teams pay for trying to play deep against those receivers.
True. As I gotta get off for a second here. I'm starting to glitch over here again.
The glitch.
And when you talk about Dalton Kincaid, I mean, just watch the Pac-12 championship game, and I just remember the play. Utah, USC was coming back in the game, and all of a sudden Dalton Kincaid catches the ball, and he literally ran through the entire defense.
Yeah,
he ran over 8 guys on one play.
He reminds me of George Kittle. He plays like Kittle. Like he's just gonna go out there and just run through you, and he just likes being physical, and that's what he plays.
And that's the thing. When he was running that play, you watch him. He could have ran straight to the end zone. No, he ran right into the safety for no reason and just trucked him. And so this is a huge pick for another weapon for Buffalo. There's no excuses now. There's no excuse for Josh Allen now. So I don't want to hear any more of this Josh Allen stuff.
I mean, look, I think we need to start holding Josh Allen a little more accountable. But sir, your Cowboys are on the clock right now. So what are you wanting here? What do you think's gonna happen?
Everything is on the board right now for the Dallas Cowboys. I love what they're showing on TV right now. Michael Mayer. I would love to see Michael Mayer to shore up that tight end position, because nobody knows what they let the other guy go. I think they're going to bring back their current tight end, but they haven't yet. And I think Michael Mayer would be a perfect fit for them. But I've said this all draft. I've said this all draft. I've said this for 6 years now. And the Cowboys still don't listen to me. Get a safety. Get someone to play on the back end. And who would be better to have than Joey Porter Jr.? So with both those guys on the board, I would be happy with either one of those guys. But this is the Cowboys. So they're probably going to go with a linebacker.
Okay.
Knowing Dallas and what they do, because that's just, and for them it's worked out. Leighton Vander Esch and Micah Parsons. So I can't complain with what they've done. But I'm saying right now they've got to get somebody on the back end.
I mean, I also feel like, y'all really do need like somebody on the interior of that defensive line, because you had a couple of times last year where y'all just got ran all over. And you can't, if you're having to constantly take Micah Parsons and have him come up and run support, that really just hurts your defense a lot.
Yeah, I just think at this point in the draft, right now, I'd be looking at, if I'm looking interior lineman, I'd be looking at Brian Breesy, and I really don't think now is the time to take Brian Breesy. I think it's too high. I think that would be and they're just showing it now. Dalton Schultz is the guy I was saying. Cowboys let Dalton Schultz go. He's still unsigned, so they could bring him back.
No, he's not. He's signed.
Oh, is he?
I forget where he went to, but yeah, he did sign with somebody.
Okay, well. Then that makes it even better. That makes it even better to take a tight end. Like I said, I love Michael Mayer, so I'm hoping that's what the Cowboys. And
well, the pick is in, so you're not.
Dalton Schultz wanted to come back, and the Cowboys didn't. So I'm sure they were thinking we can get one of these tight ends in the draft. Darnell Washington would be a good pick too.
Yeah, you got two. So I won't spoil it for you. I see the pick already. I'll let you see this one for yourself in real time.
All right, I got the I have the draft. Like I said, I have the draft room on just because I can't stand the guys on ESPN. I can't stand the ESPN commentators. So
I've got NFL Network up and I've got it on mute. So
there you go. No, here it is, and now they say the pick is in. They're like 5 minutes behind everybody, which is even more frustrating because they're behind. And that when everybody says, "Oh, the pick is in," like 5 minutes later, I'm like, "Okay, come on." 2 running backs already off the board, so I don't think I'm hoping the Cowboys didn't go that route.
I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Sweet.
But you may be. I don't know. We'll see.
Like I said, I mean, the reason I always say safety is because we know Diggs. Diggs is that guy. He's all or nothing. Yeah, he's good, and he's gonna go for plays. So you need somebody on the back end to cover him when he makes a mistake, and that's why I say the Cowboys need a competent safety. Otherwise, because you can't tell Diggs, "Hey, don't go for the ball," because he makes plays when he does. So
there's some conflicting reports about what the pick here is.
Conflicting report. Wait, they're conflicting reports of what the pick is.
Yes, there were several picks come through. Do you see who you took yet?
That I did not see. I just see that the pick is in. That's probably why it's taken so long here. Oh, well, here it goes. There it goes. Dallas selection. Of course, they're showing the crowd. I don't care about them. There it is. Ooh, I do love this pick. Mazi Smith.
Well, at first it said that you were actually taking what's his name? From Georgia. The pass rusher that's still sitting there.
Nolan Smith?
Yeah, Nolan Smith. That's who they said you were taking at first. I was gonna like, oh, you're gonna love that.
Oh, Nolan Smith and Micah Parsons together, that would have been awesome. But I love this kid.
But then all of a sudden I started seeing Mazi Smith come up here. I was like, maybe people were just confused because they both have the same last name.
Yeah, that's what I would say. They both have the same last name. So, well, but I do love this kid, and he's only played football for 2 years.
Now, I think this is good for y'all because, like I said, this to me was your biggest need, right? You guys were getting gashed, especially up the middle. And what a pick like this does is this allows you to actually use Micah Parsons strictly for what he's best at, right? This way, Micah Parsons is not now being asked to come up and try to stop the run. He's able to actually shoot those gaps. He's able to get into the backfield where you're able to drop him into coverage and you can utilize him better.
And you can move Micah. You can move Micah around. He doesn't have to. All right. Well, we got Lawrence on one side. We have to line up Micah on the other side. Well, now you put Mazi Smith in the middle. You got Lattimore, the guy they drafted from Oklahoma. So you put them in. And now you can move Micah. Micah can just kind of freelance and go around and say, all right, well, it's better if I rush off the left side. So that's where I'm going to go. So I do like this pick. And I just want to get is
Jacksonville has decided that they're actually just going to pick now. They're going to stop.
Are they? That's what I was just going to say. Are they actually going to pick or is
It says the pick is in, so they've actually decided they're gonna do it.
Oh wow, they got a pick in. Yeah, Mazi Smith, 6'3", 327. Again, you can't teach that. You can't teach that kind of size. Now he did fade a lot. If you watch the game against TCU, it looked like he had no legs. So that was the one question I had about him coming in, is durability. But for the size and for the experience, again, the fact that he's played only 2 years of football, he's very raw and hopefully it can be coachable. And we all know Dan Quinn can coach defense. So
Joe Schoen has confirmed that the Giants thought that somebody was going to jump up and take Banks, and that's why they traded up. So they did confirm that they thought that's what was going to happen.
It makes sense. That's why they moved up one. That's why they moved up one spot. I mean, we saw the Eagles move up one spot earlier. Well, I mean, we've seen it a number of times now with teams moving in. Arizona moves out of the third pick just to trade back up to the sixth pick.
So we got since our Jacksonville's picking here, see what they're gonna do here. Kind of feels like they really weren't going to pick, right?
It kind of feels like they had no idea what they're, not that they didn't have an idea. They were just like, we don't want anybody at this point. We don't want anybody at this point in the draft. We just want to get some draft picks. I mean, you think about who's running the show this is total Tom Coughlin. This is Tom Coughlin to a T. There's nobody that we really want, so let's just keep moving back.
Did they fire Coughlin? They fired Coughlin, didn't they?
I thought he was still the VP.
I think they fired Coughlin, man. So let's find out, shall we?
Well, who do they got coming in?
So their top five of Mel Kiper's best available. Antoine Harrison, offensive tackle, actually makes a lot of sense for them. Because remember, they just lost Taylor.
Yeah. Yeah, offensive line definitely. Wait, what? Now I'm seeing something. They got Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, they got him last year.
I thought he was in jail.
No, he didn't go to jail. He just got suspended.
Oh.
And that's what they did. That's the pick. They went offensive tackle, Antoine Harrison. I think that makes a lot of sense though, because you just lost Juwan Taylor in free agency, so it makes sense that you replace that tackle position.
Yeah, he definitely does. Welcome back, Cool.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The good thing about drafting guys that don't have a lot of experience is you can teach them properly, like we did Jordan Mailata. So that could be a plus. Just wanted to add the little piece. I was actually listening to y'all on my phone while I was getting everything worked out.
All good, man. All good. So, man, you got to be sitting here thinking to yourself, 2 more picks before you go, and there's got to be at least like 4 or 5 guys still on the board that you would actually be drooling over right now.
I'm not mad.
You're going to get a really good player at 30.
Yes, we are. And that's all you can ask for.
Yep.
If somebody doesn't offer us like a first next year and we trade down, because we will do that.
I mean, you still got Mary, you got Nolan Smith, you got Joey Porter, you got Murphy, the Israel out of Clemson. Yeah, you got some guys out there, man. That's kind of crazy. It would be.
I'm almost scared. What are we gonna do, right?
Look, how funny would it be for the Bengals to take Joey Porter? I mean, they need it. They need secondary.
That would be must see TV to see Joey Porter wearing Bengals gear in the crowd.
Bro, somebody posted a picture of the
Yeah.
Will Smith standing in the empty living room picture, talking about some Will Levis in the green room.
I wouldn't have came if I was him. But he probably thought he was going to get picked.
He probably thought he was going to get picked, man.
That's what I said. I wouldn't have, but he picked.
I like the guy a couple of years ago. There was a kid. He was at a small school and didn't think he was going to get drafted the first day, so he went fishing. And then they called him, and he got drafted in the first round. And they called him, and they were like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm out fishing." I'm out fishing. I get a call. You're getting drafted, and he's like, "Oh, sweet." Like, I was like, the biggest day of your life, and don't care. It's like a good move.
Well, I've got some news for you.
What's that?
But I'll let you hear it yourselves. I will let you be attentive.
Are you talking about the
With
Bengals?
the pick deets.
I got it.
Deets, you
I got it
happy
as
with,
in
Mozzie
because
Smith?
the people I'm watching are talking about something stupid right now, so I got to wait till they finish this discussion. I didn't know they got Irv Smith.
What's the news that we're supposed to be getting, sir?
Who the 29th pick is?
You talking about the Bengals pick?
Would you like to know?
The Bengals? I know who the Bengals picked.
The Bengals are not picking 29th.
The Bengals picked 28, and they took Miles Murphy. We just talked about them.
Yes.
New Orleans, or
I know who the 29th pick is.
Did
the
y'all
Bengals
move
pick
up?
New Orleans?
Did y'all trade with New Orleans? Did y'all
No,
trade
we
with New
did not.
Orleans? Is that what it is?
There was no need for us to trade with New Orleans. No.
Okay.
No, sir.
I mean, you could tell us, sir. I mean, I don't really care.
You could break
They
the news.
picked
I could
Will
care
Levis.
less about New Orleans.
They did take Will Levis.
They picked Will Levis. Mm-hmm.
Oh no! The prediction is gone.
Hey, I can't account for stupidity. I can only predict things that make sense to happen, sir. I can only predict what makes sense to happen.
Does this make sense for a team that thought a tight end could play quarterback?
I mean, remember that Sean Payton is now in Denver, sir. So
Yeah, this team is really cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs now. There's no more Cocoa Puffs.
So
now,
ESPN's got to be happy. They don't have to show Will Levis in the green room anymore.
Yeah, he can give us a moment with the commission, all those cutesy things. Now I'm leaving Twitter.
Now you're leaving Twitter.
I got to leave Twitter right now. I've got to have y'all break 2 minutes. I turned the TV off.
You gotta let us tell you.
Yeah, y'all have to get my genuine first reaction.
Okay. Who do you want, man? Like, who's your ideal?
Bruh, it's more options than I thought. So I don't know.
That's what I'm saying, bro. It's a good bit of people out there.
Yeah, it's more options than I thought. I didn't think this many like quality guys were gonna still be there at this pick.
I mean, you got a chance. You got a chance at everybody. You already got Jalen Carter, which was a steal at 9. I mean, could you go with another Georgia? Could you go with Nolan Smith?
I would not be mad if we went with Nolan Smith. If he's still sitting at this point, which he obviously is, I wouldn't be mad if we went there. There's a couple of different ways that we could go, right? A couple of tackles or guards still on the board. I wouldn't never mind. I'm always about getting another one of those guys. I was in the minority in that I don't think we needed to get another running back, either trade for one or just roll what we got for now. I think by committee we'll be fine. It's a lot of guys that shouldn't be here. But I'm about to sound like Mel Kiper.
Well, guys, I'm really shocked right now because I've got at least 7 guys left that I thought would be top 10 picks. And
these guys,
7 guys who agents paid me to make them top 10 picks, because that's what Mel Kiper does.
Dude, they're just now showing New Orleans. They're just now talking about the pick as they go to New Orleans pick on TV. Like, it's just now getting up there.
Yeah, I still got New Orleans on the clock. Still with 2.5 minutes left till their pick.
Yeah, you think about, you still got Nolan Smith on the board. You still got Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame that you like. I'm a fan too. We still got Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch from Alabama. Musgrave, the tight end from Oregon State, if you like him more. You got Felix and Dookie Uzoma. Obviously, we wouldn't need him, but Hooker's still on the board. You got Steve Avila from TCU, right? You still got Keanu Benton, Brian Brees, Jonathan Bingo from Ole Miss, Darnell Washington, the tight end from Georgia. Like, there's a lot of good guys still on this board.
It really is.
And I'm just sitting here like, I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is the pick where you say, this is why the GM gets paid the big bucks and not me. But it would be crazy if we went Nolan Smith and we got 2 of those hybrid linebackers. That would be crazy.
Y'all just trying to basically just be Georgia North.
Hey, I wouldn't be mad. If you're going to grab guys from a program, you grab them from a winning program where they come in already having that winning pedigree, I wouldn't be mad.
So, sir, your sources were wrong. Because New Orleans took a defensive tackle, Brian Brees.
Ooh, Twitter. Shame on y'all. Ooh, Twitter.
So y'all know what that means.
I bet that disappeared.
So y'all know what that means. The prediction is still on.
That's why you were so happy about it. You're like, yeah, my prediction, yeah. But that's what they had up there. They've been right on all the other ones. But hey,
and
my source is the Twitter for the draft. Nothing special.
My sources.
I can't trust them.
Let me get on Facebook real quick and reach out to 𝐿𝐶𝐿𝐶. so you can call T.O. and see what's going on.
See if he's look. Look, maybe he was hiding that he was the one who put it on Twitter under a fake name. But no, it was
But
up
see,
there.
like,
They said that's what
yeah,
they were drafting, but it
but
didn't
they
make
they
sense to me when I heard it. I was like, what?
yeah, that like I said, bro, I wouldn't have been able to account for stupidity. I would be like, oh, what? Why? Didn't you just trade for Derek
Yeah,
Carr?
when I saw that, that's why I started laughing. I was like, what? But it was up here. Let's see if it's still up here. I bet it's gone. So they got a meme of Will Levis' girl about to leave him. This is a picture of him and his girlfriend. Talking about his girl about to leave him. Yeah.
She about to be like, how much second round
The
quarterbacks get
thing is,
paid?
I don't believe Will. I don't
Look,
think that he's a bad quarterback. I just don't think he's a first round talent. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, look,
At this point.
no, I agree. I mean, I think he
Yeah, because
could
that tweet was right at that,
potentially,
but it's gone now.
right?
I guess
Trust
Twitter
me,
removed
I
it.
know the Levis family. They're not worried about first round money. First round money is chunk change to them.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, I know exactly where he lives. I know he's from the town right next to me. I know where he lives. Yeah, they're not worried about that
That's
first
garbage.
round money. They got plenty of that. They got plenty of that. They're not worried.
So what you're saying is, no matter where he gets drafted, she's not going anywhere.
Yeah, she's not going anywhere.
Brian Breezy is a big dude.
Yes, he is.
I just wanted to put that out there.
He's a really big dude.
Brian Breesy is going to be a guy who brings his lunch pail. I mean, he's a guy that has to worry about getting that first round money because he's got 2 kids already.
Look, let's go ahead and make the prediction on it. Will Levis, after he finally gets drafted, he's going to talk about how somebody is going to regret not picking him. How he's going to prove all the doubters wrong.
I really don't think there was that
the same
doubters.
It was dance.
People. It was people overhyped. They've been overhyping him for a year and a half.
They overhyped.
And people dissected his game last year. I had no idea. All of a sudden, I'm looking at mock drafts and I'm like, Will Levis at number 1? What games have you guys been watching?
Listen, I'm going to say that in the last couple of years, they have overhyped almost every single quarterback not named Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence was probably the only one that was actually worth the hype that he got. Every other guy in the last couple of years has been overhyped. That's what they do.
And Joe Burrow.
Yeah, Joe Burrow. Yeah, you're right about Joe Burrow.
Right. Joe Burrow. They came out there. People were trying to find flaws in his game, and it's like the guy just had the greatest season of any college quarterback ever. Okay, find me the flaw in that one,
bro. Somebody posted this picture to us of NFL teams right now, and the dude got some Uno cards. It's to us a draft Will Levis to draw 25.
Hey man, the internet is undefeated.
Always.
Somebody posted the LeBron and the Wade meme to us how many Georgia Bulldogs will Howie Roseman draft. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is we need to keep drafting SEC players. We haven't gone wrong there, so let's keep it. All right.
The pick is in.
Okay, I know this pick. This was legit. I hope like this one.
Thought you were gonna stay off of that.
Oh, the pick is in. The Eagles picked Will Levis.
That's not what happened, sir.
That's what I was waiting for. I was like, okay, that would be the Twitter meme of all. Like that would be the troll job to whoever posted it for the Saints. Just every pick from now on, just posting on their account. Hey, Will Levis is the pick. That's the move you pull if you were that wrong. You just make it every pick. Just so people are like, you said it, and you're like, yeah, I said it for every pick. So shut
not
up.
only that, but I got confirmation because we have a guy in one of my chats that he can't help, but as soon as he sees everything, he has to tell everybody who their pick is.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I'm seeing probably the same thing you're seeing, but at this point, I'm still gonna just wait for them to actually announce it on the stage.
nah, this was legit. I saw it at 3 different sources, and they're all legit. I'm not mad with this pick. We needed to go defense again. I wouldn't have been upset if we went offense, but we really need to go defense again. And this solidifies what we needed. Howie also gets chopped onion, and now he can get some chili on his burger too, and his hot dog.
To be fair though, this really wasn't like Howie didn't do anything for this. Like this just fell in his lap.
But the fact that you still had sense enough to do it even when it fell in your lap, because Justin Jefferson fell in his lap, and what did he do?
Well, man, maybe he finally learned after that, man.
That's why he now can get chili on his hot dog and hamburger, because he's learning. The first pick got him condiments. The second pick gets him meaty happiness on top of his burger and hot dog in the cookout.
This dude said meaty happiness.
Now he still can't come to the cookout yet, but he can come by and get a plate.
Come on, get a plate.
Yes,
Y'all ain't gonna let the man stay
with buns. And now chili.
I mean, here's what I'm gonna say. I don't feel like anything that's happened tonight has changed the fact that the 3 teams represented on this screen right now are still the 3 best teams in the NFC. That was the case before tonight. That's still the case right now.
And the thing is, obviously you didn't have a pick, but the thing is, Dallas got a pick that makes sense. We got 2 picks that make sense for us in areas that we can improve in. We didn't go out and say, we need to have the best safety because we lost the safety. Yeah. Oh, we need to have the 2 best linebackers we can find because we lost linebackers. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We're trusting the guys that we brought in free agency to do what they were brought in to do. And we're backfilling other holes with guys that are on low contracts now. We'll have to decide if we're going to pay them because the problem is both of these guys are going to come up at the same year, but we control them both for 5 years. So,
yeah,
good job.
There's your official.
What's beneficial to me, baby? Nolan Smith, let's get it.
Wow.
Meaty happiness, Howie. Meaty happiness.
It is absolutely ridiculous to me that this dude actually stayed on the board to 30. That's ridiculous.
The only reason he stayed on the board to 30 is because our pick wasn't earlier.
It makes no sense. Yeah.
Well, the only question about him was injury. He had the injury before the national championship game.
But there was no reason to think. But there was no reason to think that he wasn't going to be healthy, though.
But yeah, that's what the combine is for. That's why you meet with the medical people to make sure. But yeah, nothing on film said this kid should have lasted this long. There's
no. And that's I mean, you know, I know Eagles fans are not complaining about it, but that's just crazy. This dude actually stayed on the board this long.
Hey, we got Nakobe Dean in the 3rd round last year. Okay.
Yeah, but with him, at least there was some like legitimate questions about him, right? I mean, I think it was ridiculous he went to the third round.
Not
but
really legitimate questions, but I'm just glad he dropped because it gives us.
Yeah, but his wasn't talent based drop. His questions were off the field.
Neither is Nolan's. Nolan's was injury. That's it.
Well, like I said, Nolan Smith was injury, but
Nakobe was injury too.
Dean's issues were all off. People were scared to take him because of the off the field issues. Which is ridiculous, but
he only dropped.
We know we've seen it all too well. We've seen it happen too many times. GMs are scared of guys off the field.
Well, for him, it wasn't off the field from everything I saw. It was the injury. They were saying he had a problem with his shoulder and he may not be able to play this past season, which was false. But that's what was being said, so it was causing him to drop. Now, there have been theories, and I can neither confirm nor deny this, that certain teams may have started this so that they could pick him up later. Because the teams will do that. They'll start a rumor on a guy, and then he drops, and then they go and jump on him. But I know we don't do that type of thing, so whoever it was, we got you.
It might have been y'all.
We don't do things like that, sir. We are an upstanding organization. Howie is a Jew. We are an upstanding organization. We don't do things like
that. You can't even sit there and tell yourself that lie.
Yes, I can. We don't start rumors about players, sir. We do not do such things.
I mean, it's crazy to like sit here and think that the first round's about to be over. And we're still looking at some of the names on the board that we're looking at right now. It's just insane.
That's why it's important to get some early picks in the second round or have ammunition so that you can trade up like a seventh that you will, a couple sevenths, some fourths, fifths that you don't mind giving up to shoot up because, you can definitely replenish things if you can get some of those early picks in the second round. Happens every year. We talk about it every year.
I think if you're Kansas City here, I think I'm surprised. I can't even pronounce his name, so I'm not even going to try. The center from Michigan makes too much sense. I don't understand how he did not go yet.
Well, you also got the center from Wisconsin, Tippmann.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good prospect too. Tippmann's still there.
Well, it's like I said on Rod's show on the Lunch Crew a couple weeks ago. I said if you're at a toss up between linemen, take the kid from Wisconsin.
Yeah,
that's a proven fact that if they played at Wisconsin, I'm pretty sure they can block.
That would be a safe bet. Hooker's still out there. I really thought Minnesota was going to take him as a project, but I mean, you can still get him in the second round, right? You just don't control his contract as many years. Joey Porter Jr. should be off the board quick. And let's see. Kansas City could use some corners.
I'll be curious to see if maybe because the 49ers don't necessarily need to use all 11 of their picks. Depending on where some guys go, could we maybe trade up into the second round if some of these guys are still sitting there like middle second round? That might be interesting for us tomorrow.
A lot of teams are going to have opportunities tomorrow, that's for sure.
Because I know we talked to a lot of tight ends because we really want to get another tight end that can be complementary to George Kittle and eventually take his place. So if you got guys like Washington and Mayer still sitting there tomorrow in the middle of the second round, we might make that move up for one of those guys.
Yeah, I'm really shocked at the lack of tight ends that were taken. Because the NFL is so tight end centric. A good tight end just makes your offense so much better.
So we have 2 7ths and a second and a third. But the crazy part is our third round pick is number 66. It's 4 picks after our second round pick. So we're going to get a nice early third round pick. That we might could package a 7th rounder with our second round and maybe slot up some spots if somebody falls and we want to hop on them, or maybe a 6 next year. Because honestly, man, as an Eagles fan, I don't care about 6 and 7 round picks. I really don't. I mean, they're good trade materials, but we're not getting guys at those picks that are really giving our team much of anything besides Mailata. Because every time you say that, everybody will say, "Oh, what about Jordan Mailata?" It was 1 pick, 1.
I like I only like 7th round picks if they're irrelevant.
I mean, that's what the 6th and 7th round is for. It's for you take you take shots. You roll the dice. You take a crap shot.
Mm-hmm.
You bet you bet them the hard way. That's what the 6th and 7th round is for. If it works out, awesome. If it doesn't, it doesn't kill you.
Right, because that's the expectation is boom and bust for those guys at that point. Yeah. That's true.
Yes, I mean we're at the point now where a lot of the guys that are on the board are kind of in that category, right? Where they're either going to be really, like, even right now, they're going to be either really good or they're going to just they're going to bust, right? I mean, that's kind of where we are right now with a lot of the guys that are left on the board.
But that's what we're looking at. And again, that's the greatness of the NFL draft is all these guys who are going in who are going on the second day. Guys who are going in the 3rd and 4th round. You've watched them play for 3 years at least.
Yeah. Y'all about to have some fun with this name. We might need to bring Couch Coach back on to give us a nickname. If they pick what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I got the pick coming in. These guys are still talking about something that probably irrelevant.
Dude, it's like we're now 4 hours into this almost, and we're over here bringing out special guests to do it. Like, just make a pick, bro.
I mean, it is Kansas City. It is in Kansas City.
Yeah.
There you go.
So you can't fault. You can't fault them. You can't fault them for waiting this long. They were
team that won the Super Bowl. A little salt left, a little bit left.
A little bit. Just a tad.
So that is it, man. That is a wrap on the evening. So
I'm gonna go for it.
Jesus.
I'm for it.
Okay. Go
Felix
for it.
Anudike-Uzomah.
And man, works for me.
Felix Anudike.
Sounds good. Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me, man. I think you nailed it. Let's go with it. So
Kansas City went with a Kansas State player. Huh.
So quick thoughts here, guys, on the draft. Who impressed you tonight? Who disappointed you?
Cool. You want to go first, or you want me to go?
Green Bay disappointed. Green Bay disappointed. That's the first team that comes to my mind as a disappointment. Is Green Bay. Yeah, definitely Green Bay.
Yeah, I think that they dropped the ball a little bit there. I would have to agree with that one. I think for the most part, there really wasn't a lot of bad picks tonight, right? But and they didn't make a terrible pick, but it definitely wasn't the best pick for them. I don't think.
It's kind of like and I say this like the Jalen Rigger thing, not as bad, but like you could have probably traded back 5 or 10 picks and still got the guy. So it's kind of like, why get him so early when you probably could have traded back and still got him? Some questions about him as far as technique, play, not egregious, but for where you picked, you got to kind of think about that as well when you kind of probably got some other things to go with it. A team. So I never really gave my thoughts on number 1 pick. So let me do that here real quick. I think he's the best talent at the quarterback position. I'm concerned with his size and not necessarily height, because everybody wants to go to size as height. His body build is not going to be able to put on a lot of mass. So he's always going to be battling to stay over 200 pounds. And to be an NFL quarterback, and we talk about in college, and everybody says, oh, so he can get away from people in college. Newsflash. A lot of these kids from Alabama and Georgia, they come into the NFL, it takes them a year or 2 to adapt. So you got guys 5 times better than them. I'm talking about technique and things, not talent, but technique. They've been in training programs. They've worked on their hands. They get more better training, longer. They're better players. So I'm concerned with his ability to stay healthy and stay on the field for the Carolina Panthers on a consistent basis. Not the play when he's on the field, but his ability to stay on the field and be available for the Panthers is my concern with him as a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a legitimate concern. I mean, I know there was a lot of talk about the S2 test and all that, but I've said the entire time CJ Stroud to me was the best quarterback prospect in this draft. I thought he should have been the number 1 pick. And that's why, I mean, obviously, with the Philadelphia Eagles added, you have to say that they're draft winners, but it wasn't really a result of anything you did this year, right? It was just guys fell to you. You made a move up from 10 to 9 to make sure you got your guy. But for the most part, you guys played it smart. You let the guys come to you and you got them. But for me, the Houston Texans, big move to go get picks 2 and 3 and made 2 splash moves. So those, I think if I were to pick the 2 teams that improved the most in the draft, it's Houston and Philly.
I agree. I agree with you with Houston. I think I'm not as sold as you guys are on CJ Stroud. I'm on record. Look, I've said this every time I've talked about him. I was not sold on Josh Allen when he was drafted. Josh Allen has proven me wrong every time, and I will say it every time. So if CJ Stroud proves me wrong, I will say it every time. I was wrong about CJ Stroud. But I believe at number 2, he was the best choice for Houston. They got him, and they got the best player in the draft, in Will Anderson. I think he was the best player on the board. So they got the best player, and they improved the position that they needed to the most. So they get a definite star. Teams that disappointed, I mean, there's too many. There's too many that I'm just looking at their draft right now. The one that stands out though is Indianapolis. You drafted a player who isn't going to help you next. When I rate first round picks, I look at guys who are going to either immediately improve your team or are going to be a significant part of your team for years and years to come. Can you say that about Anthony Richardson right now? No one. I don't think anybody in their right mind knows what they're getting. Are they getting the greatest talent that we've seen? They're getting a great athlete. Are they getting a great quarterback? I question that move. So I question that at 4. I question Seattle taking Devin Witherspoon, who I had 5th or 6th I had him as the 5th or 6th corner.
Yeah.
And they took him with the 5th pick in the draft.
And it wasn't a particularly strong position of need for them.
Exactly. Is that something that they did? And then to get, so I think Seattle, you could say they were bigger faults to me, because not only did they mess that pick up, they picked up Jackson Smith and Jigba, who, yeah, all right. People had him high on their board. I didn't. So I look at that pick as, that's a questionable one. Couple it with the other one, that's 2 picks in the first round that I'm not sold on. But I think it's really interesting that Green Bay dropped the ball.
They definitely dropped the ball.
They traded Aaron Rodgers to the Jets, and the Jets definitely dropped the ball.
Yeah, the Jets were one of my teams that dropped.
So both teams involved in the Aaron Rodgers trade. Yeah, they swapped draft picks, but both draft picks were picks to me. Like they didn't improve their team. They didn't. So that's what I look at. And when I go out back and grade these drafts, that's what I'm grading on. I'm grading on, did you get a player that helps you? Did you pick a position that helps you? And did you get the best player at that position? Were there other players that you could have taken?
To me, the Eagles never should have drafted Nolan Smith, because he should have gone at 15 to the Jets. To take Will McDonald over him was
Lucas Van Ness.
Yes,
those are both edge rushers.
Yeah. So yeah, that's, to me, that's ridiculous that either one of those guys came off the board. I know we talk about scheme fits and things like that, but I can't imagine that.
And they left Miles Murphy's on the board too, because you got to think Cincinnati got Miles Murphy at 28.
Yeah, and those are both guys that should have been gone. Team I don't think I heard either one of the guys mentioned yet is the Lions. I mean, I get that you feel like you might need a running back, but with all of the talent that was still on the board, for you to go take I don't care how good he is, for you to go take a running back that high in a draft with this much talent at other positions, I just thought that was a horrible pick.
But the Lions originally were drafting at,
and not to mention, with the Lions, you already have two really good running backs.
Well, you only have
you drafted a guy who's going to be your third running back at 14. At number 12.
He's not going to be the third running back.
No, he won't be the third.
He's definitely not going to be the third running back.
Swift can't stay healthy. Montgomery can't stay healthy. So I get the need.
Yeah, Montgomery.
Right? But my thing is at 12, right? Like if this is if you're picking in like the late 20s and this is your pick, okay, cool. But to pick at 12 and take a running back here, it didn't make sense to me. I like the player. I just don't like the team that he went to in terms of their need, because there's a lot of other things they could have did here. There were several corners on the board that they really needed. There was just too many other things that they could have benefited from that they didn't take.
The Lions originally were what? The sixth pick, if I remember.
I think so. Everybody that moved around so much, I can't even remember no more.
So would you rather them have drafted them at 6 or 12?
And you're the Detroit Lions. You were on the cusp of the playoffs. You needed to get guys who would push you over the limit.
But I think we're not giving Amir Gibbs enough credit, right?
Oh, they drafted Paris Johnson at 6.
The Lions drafted.
They drafted Jake Campbell at 18.
Oh no, Jahmyr Gibbs, but
yeah, Jack Campbell.
Yeah, they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs at 12.
I like Jahmyr Gibbs.
That was the trade. That was the pick they traded.
Yeah,
I like Gibbs. I just don't like him at 12 to the Lions. That's
but here's what
I like
here's
the player.
but listen to me. I understand what you're saying, but think about this. They did trade to get him, so they traded back to get him. So right, they traded back.
Mhm.
They have a need at running back because let's be honest, look, we just spelled out. They have two guys who can't stay healthy. You need a guy who by the end of the year, and you don't need Jahmyr Gibbs to be ready week 1 to be the guy to take the load, right? You just need him to progress throughout the season. So when you get halfway through the season, one or both of those guys get hurt, and we know it's going to happen. Those are two guys that pretty much guarantee they're not going to play. They're Miles Sanders before this past season. So you bring in Jahmyr Gibbs, who you think can be your guy. He's from a university that spurns running backs. Good pedigree. You traded back to get him, so you didn't draft him at your original position. You did trade back and get some other access and get him. Could you argue that maybe you could have got him at 18? Maybe, but you don't know if he would have got past the New England Patriots, who desperately need somebody in the backfield. So he may not have gotten past that, and you may not have wanted to trade with anyone else to fall back, right? Like, because you would have had to go from 12 to just to be safe 16 or up. So if you're already at 12, what's the point of trading back to 15? You might as well just take the guy you want at 12. So I think for me, Jahmyr Gibbs pick, I think it'll work for them. It's a little high for him, but I think it makes sense based on where you could have actually traded back and still stayed in the running for him. Because I think if he's sitting there at 17, New England's all over him.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not
Jack
saying
Campbell.
Well,
Jack Campbell at 18.
I have to analyze that. I have to analyze that trade and see what they got as the compensation. What was the compensation for moving back? And then you have to factor in
drafted him at the original position.
Well, but what I'm saying is, if you had stayed at 6 and taken Bijan Robinson, we all said Jahmyr Gibbs is a good player. Bijan Robinson is a next level guy. Could you have taken him there? And is it worth getting whatever they got? That's why I say I have to look at the compensation. Like if they got just like a late 4th round pick or something that really doesn't factor in, I kind of look at that and go, you could have got Bijan, stayed there, got Bijan Robinson if you really wanted a running back.
So they traded number 6 to the Cardinals for 12, 34, and 168. So they got a
all
first
right. See
year.
that makes it a lot. That makes it a lot better. They got 34. So that makes me feel a lot better about them moving back.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with the moving back. I just, like I said, and the thing is, if you really feel like you wanted a running back, I get why you made the pick. I just don't think that it was the best use of your resources. I think you could have looked to the 2nd, 3rd round to get a running back. There were a lot of other guys that I feel like fit better needs for you at that position. That's why I think that it was a bad pick. One team that we have to talk about that didn't necessarily win in the picks, but definitely were winners today was the Baltimore Ravens. Added Zay Flowers to that receiving core, brought Lamar back, signed him to a 5-year deal. So you got to consider them winners today too.
Yeah, but I mean, Baltimore is now. I mean, this is it. This is it. There's no. You got rid of Greg Roman. You brought in another wide receiver. You signed up Odell Beckham. There's no excuses anymore for Lamar Jackson. It's all on Lamar Jackson now. I don't want to hear, oh, the coaching staff. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear. There's no excuse anymore. It's Lamar Jackson. This is your team. This is your time to shine.
Yeah. So, it's going to definitely
That's how
be
I feel about Baltimore.
Yeah. So, definitely be interesting. Actually, we would not be on tomorrow night. not for our live regular Friday night show or for night 2 of the draft, because I think we've said enough tonight.
For sure. But we'll be back next week.
I think whether we've been on long enough, 5 hours of draft coverage. How strange is this though? The NFL. How does the NFL pull this off? Joey Porter Jr. is still on the clock, and who's got the first pick in the second round?
I'm gonna guess the Steelers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers. Yep, that's what I'm saying. Does that story not write itself?
Do you think Joey Porter Sr. is on the phone with the organization right now?
So that's what I'm looking forward to. That's what I'm looking forward to in day 2 of the draft.
Yeah, Steelers, then the Texans, Cardinals, and Colts.
But
Colts are going to draft a wide receiver.
It's after midnight here, and as they say in life, nothing good ever happens after midnight. So
lies.
I'm gonna get out of here, analyze these things, and figure this stuff out.
I appreciate you joining us, man.
Absolutely, man.
All right, guys. Thanks for coming on, and for anybody that catches this that's looking, usual fit down sports. Jump over to my channel, check us out. We got videos up there. We'll do 3 videos a week now, so it'll be fun to have. And anytime you guys are around, you're more than welcome to join us. And cool, you've been on the show before, so you can say we have fun. We try to talk sports, but we try to talk everything. It usually just comes back to sports because that's what I do.
Awesome, man. Appreciate you.
All right.
So yeah, man.
Aside from what Chris Deep says, great things do happen after midnight, but not on here because we're not going to be here much longer.
So next Friday, we will be back on our normal time, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Back to our 1-hour format. And we will be talking NBA playoffs, which, by the way, in case you did not see it earlier, the Boston Celtics did eliminate the Atlanta Hawks. So they are moving on. I didn't look to see any other scores. I just happened to catch that when I was looking.
I think that was the only game because you got to remember.
It might have been, yeah. So we will be talking. Obviously, round 2 is already going to get underway, so we won't be doing predictions for round 2. But we'll kind of come back and talk about what's happening in round 2 and predict, how we think those series will end up, as well as maybe, previewing who we think might be in the conference championships. We'll obviously be talking about the fallout from the NFL draft and kind of all the stuff with that too. So for those of you, because I still see some people watching in the timer here. So much love to people that's actually been here with us, especially if you've been here the whole 4 hours, man. Super appreciative of that.
Yeah, it's a lot happened tonight. Had some people on, talked some different teams, different thoughts, different perspectives, right?
Yep.
But hey, y'all know who it is. Y'all know what it is. Play callers, we always hear. Shout out Play Caller Sports Productions. Y'all gonna be hearing more about that in the near future. Got some things coming through the pipeline. And guess what? We are hymns.
So with that, man, all I can really say is
it's up.